on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1p&p. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. Get involved with JewelleryMaker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome to a very exciting late show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. We are celebrating the fact that producer Liam is leaving us after a whole year of producing our show. He's moving to the Designer Inspiration Show, and we are celebrating this in style. We have our biggest giveaway ever on the late show. We're going to give away 15 prizes throughout the show. All suites of jewellery created by our expert designers, and one of our designers is joining us for the show as well. Hello, Michelle.
Good afternoon, or good evening, I should say, Ed.
Yeah, it's 5 p.m. Is it afternoon, evening?
Well, it's mid-afternoon, early evening, I suppose, isn't it?
Absolutely. You look very lovely. Are you ready for action? Because it's going to be a madcap evening.
Well, hopefully we will be ready for action, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a frenzied affair. That's what I'm being told. You like that?
Yeah.
You like a frenzied affair? I hope your husband's not watching. I'm messing around. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight, but we're also bringing you a lot of deals. Now, we are going to be going to clearance prices throughout the evening, but we're also going to be giving away prizes. Now, all of the questions that we set on the show will be related to the show itself, so you need to be tuned in from 5 p.m. till 9 p.m. for a chance to win, but there are lots and lots of chances to win your deals. And I will just say, before I move on, how amazing was the Masquerade Ball show. So thank you to Gemma. Well done, Gemma. Thank you. She looks very lovely today. Okay, we're going to give you our first deal of the day. It's a show starter, and it comes to you in the form of wire. Probably our most popular item here at JewelleryMaker. What's wrong? Oh, my producer's already got his head in his hands. He's just seen the price he has to take this wire to. Now, I'm just going to break it down for you. Basically, wire's quite a bulky item. Now, if you have ever ordered wire from another supplier, you'll know that the weight of a reel of wire can actually affect your P&P elsewhere. You only pay 1p&p per day here at JewelleryMaker. No matter how many items you order, no matter how heavy your order is, you're only ever going to pay £2.95 per day. Now, the only thing is, these take up quite a lot of room in our warehouse. And so when we have an order heading our way, a big container arriving at our warehouse, every now and then we have to clear out some space. That's our job here on The Late Show. We do the clearance prices and we create space for new and exciting items. The way we do that is by giving you a clearance price on something, and tonight it's your baby pink wire, 0.8mm. Once again, that probably one of the most versatile gauges, because 0.8, perfect for detailing, perfect for structural work, sits right in the middle of those gauges. You might not be able to do the very intricate work that you'd need a 0.25 for, but everything else is pretty much perfect for, especially making your own findings, for example. And here you've got the most feminine colour tone. This is beautiful baby pink tone, 100 metres of 0.8mm wire. As I was describing, the versatility of this reel of wire. Michelle was nodding along. We know by now the designers aren't going to disagree with me. But that's right though, isn't it? That is the beauty of 0.8, isn't it?
It is. It's my most favourite gauge of wire. It's the one I use pretty much for most of my projects, whether it be a ring or a pendant. It is my most favourite one.
There you go then. Now Michelle is a wirework expert, and we'll see some of her designs as the show moves on. In fact, she's already working with one of her bundles. I can see some beautiful lavender amethyst over there. That would go really nicely with this wire, actually, because you've got a very feminine tone in the amethyst, haven't you? Oh, actually, this is a match made in heaven. This is our next bundle. It's coming up in just 20 minutes' time. They're a match made in heaven. Now, we better have a look at the current price for this reel of wire, because as I say, it is going to be a massive giveaway. My producer's already a little concerned about the reduction he has to give you. That's coming up in 20 minutes, as I say. Now, all I can say is wirework was voted as our favourite discipline this week on the Hub. This is our interactive segment of the morning show. Happens on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I think that's right. Oh yeah, that's right, because the prize draw happens on a Wednesday, Hub on Tuesday and Thursday. Now, I think it was Thursday. I'm going to be wrong, whatever I say, aren't I? That's just the nature of it. This week, we asked you to vote for your favourite discipline. Wirework got over 50% of the votes. So that meant there was less than half the other shared between all of the other disciplines. We know how popular wirework is. We know why. Because not only does it allow you to make your gemstones go further, but it also allows you to express your own personality and to create that little bit of character and intricacy within your designs. We have to get this clearance price on screen. People trust us, that's the bottom line. Everybody knows if they're shopping from JewelleryMaker, they get the best value on the market. That's why I've already got a huge number of people adding this to their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. You don't have to wait till the price slash. Get involved early. Everyone is going to pay the same final low price. Should be $24.95. Producer Liam is not impressed. Oh! I'm as shocked as you, Liam. It's offensively low. That's how he's described the clearance price. Yeah, you're right. This deal's too good. It's not often you're going to hear that from us here at JewelleryMaker. It's our job to make items as accessible as possible, to give you the best deals on the market. I'll just brush the dust off my nice crisp white shirt. Pete, get over here. I don't want anything to do with this deal. Did you not get the white shirt email?
Oh no.
You've worn a navy blue shirt. Oh, why I ought to stand here by this in case the managers are watching. I want anything to do with that. Hi, Michelle.
Yes, darling.
Have you seen this deal that Pete's doing?
It's a shocking deal, Ed. Absolutely shocking.
He's a loon. What's going on?
Something should be done, mate.
Unbelievable. Beverly's texting. She's getting involved with the show. It says, get off, get off. It says, wow, Ed, you look simply spiffy this evening, darling.
Would you agree with that? You did it.
Hi to lovely Michelle, who looks beautiful as always. Do you know what? That's the thing. There is actually a distinction for me. People are like, oh, he actually looks good for once. They're used to seeing Michelle looking beautiful. And, I mean, Pete, he's on screen more than me and Becky, as I said last night, so there you go. I don't know what to say about this. This, as my producer rightly says, is too low. You wouldn't think you could go too low on something. Well, you can't for a jewellery maker. If you're shopping at home, it can't go too low, can it?
It certainly can't, and there's always a time where you bring all the nice stuff out, and I'm at work.
Do you know what? Have I discussed this with you before? Have you got a buying signal?
I have.
You have?
Yeah.
Have you done it yet?
No, not yet.
No?
No.
I haven't seen Sam rubbing her ears yet, so I'm not doing my Dick Van Dyke jig just yet. So if ever you want me to alert attention to anybody, just let me know.
Okay.
Right, okay, $9.95 is a clearance price. It will be available for the next 60 minutes, but only while stocks last. I can't see 100 metres of 0.8mm wire going to that price point any other time. It is a clearance deal. It's just to make way for, you know, the Christmas stock we have coming through. Add it to your order right now. Make the most of your P&P. We have got clearance deals throughout the show. In fact, we've got another wire deal coming up quite soon, haven't we? Around about 6 PM, I'm going to give you another wire deal. We've had what? Oh, listen, Pete and I, we're on the level. We're good pals. We're only messing around, aren't we? We're a comedy duo. Come on. Embrace me as a brother. There you go. So don't worry, me and Pete, it's all planned out. No, it's not. It's not. I'm just bullying him. Anywho, that was our show started. We do have another wire deal coming up at 6 PM. Before that, we're going to bring you this very feminine concoction of lavender amethyst. Are they sort of large bicones? Is that how you describe them, Michelle?
Yeah, I think they are large bicones. Yep,
large
they certainly
bicones. And clear quartz rondelles, so it's a very feminine combination. Good work. Now, if you just tuned in and you're thinking, what is going on? Why is Ed looking handsome for once? It's because we've got our biggest giveaway ever, so we should give you details right now of how you can get involved with tonight's show and how you can win an entire suite of jewellery. When we say we've got 15 prizes to give away, it's not a pair of earrings, then a bangle, then a necklace. These are whole suites of jewellery, so you're getting a whole set with every single prize. Michelle's looking like she wishes she was at home.
Wishes I was at home.
Let's have a look at some of the prizes that you could potentially win. All of these are going to be given away tonight. Is that right? Is this tonight and tomorrow's prizes?
Yeah.
Ah, so this is the whole collection we're going to give away over the weekend. So some of our top designers have put these together. So the suites here from Gemma Crow, who we just watched, Mark, of course, Jan, Sarah, Deborah, Laura binding. That's about the only designers who are prepared to work with me other than Michelle. Everybody else is outright refused. So I'm not going on screen with him. Now, if you saw the 3 question marks there on some of the buzz, it is because some of the sets are going to be created live on the show. So we're going to be giving away Michelle's suite of jewellery as our final prize this evening. And then tomorrow, when Jan joins us, she will be putting together the 15th prize that we give away tomorrow's show. So that's perfect. I hope everybody understands the rules of the game. If you want to get involved, you can do so in a number of different ways. Here's all of the details. Basically, we're going to set questions throughout the show. They will be related to the show tonight, so you have to be watching, I'm afraid. So if you've got other programming, press the red button, record that, make sure you're tuned in to us till 9 PM and watch closely, because the questions will relate to things that we've said and done throughout the show. So we're going to start with quite an easy question, and you can enter 2 different ways. You can either text into the show on 60777. As always, you need to start your text with the phrase JM Studio and then simply put your answer, but every time you send an entry you must include your customer number, otherwise it won't be valid. If you don't put your name and customer number, easy for me to say, on your text or entrant, then you won't be included in the prize draw. So you've got to make sure you've got that information on there. You can text us on 60777. Alternatively, if you are logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, you can send your message via our message box, which is pretty prominent on screen. So just click the message box and, as I say, put your answer as well as your name and customer number to make it a valid entry. And the first 3 correct answers for each question will receive a prize. It will be pulled at random from the hat. So all 15 prizes are in here, and you've got 3 chances to win. Of course, I've got you. All 30 suites of jewellery are inside this box, so doesn't matter what day you enter, doesn't matter when you win, you could win any of the prizes. So now I understand. Well done, Ed. Okay, so we're going to set the first question. I'll say it's going to be an easy one to get us underway, but they'll get a little bit more challenging, and of course as they're related to the show, as long as you're watching, It should be quite simple. First 3 people to text in, and that means the first 3 that come through to my producer's screen. You know, we're not in charge of the phone network, so don't blame us if you say, well, there's no way someone could have beat me. When it arrives on my producer's screen, those are the first 3 that get chosen, okay? This is the fairest way we can do it. You can either text in or you can enter for free at our website. Let's set our first question for the evening before we give you some more deals. Is everybody ready? I like that. I like it. Here's the first question. What are Ed's birthstones? Now, if you watch the show regularly, you already know my birthstones. We featured it quite a lot yesterday evening, and it was our star by last night. So yes, you should know that was one of our birthstones we set as a star by last night. If you watch regularly, you'll know. We're going to move on though. We're going to bring you some deals. We're going to start with a double deal on one of the big 4, beautiful emerald. And I love this strand because it's shaded emerald. Michelle, I think you're going to regret booking in tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, Liam and I are definitely going to have a falling out.
Actually, I think Michelle usually features on the Designer Inspiration show, so you're in for a bit of trouble when you move as well. All I'll say is, I love this combination. I always talk about the idea of using the pastel pinks with the greens because it, you know, for me, it just reminds me of little rosebuds, but I'm sure it's a quite prominent combination, the greens and the pinks. We know that green in general is considered to be Mother Nature's base tone, so she starts her designs with this colour tone, doesn't she, with the stem of the flower or the rolling green meadows, for example. But I think emerald almost transcends that kind of colour combination, doesn't it, Michelle?
It does. I would probably use, I would use the pink wire and I would use the emeralds together to create something like that.
Quite beautiful, isn't it? Oh, I love that design. That's gorgeous. Actually, do you know what? Through the other room in the workshop area, not quite to the same standard, and I'm sure the ladies won't mind me saying that, but they're actually learning on the intermediate white course how to create flower motifs.
That's what I would use it for. So I would have the structure piece, the 0.8 would be obviously the flower, the main bits, and then I would use them as leaves coming off. It would look beautiful. Incredible.
And of course, that's going to demand a premium price point. If you're making it for a commission or you were selling it at a craft fair, because it's emerald, it's already driving those price points a little bit higher.
And Christmas is coming. What better way to hand, you know, one of the most important members of your family, your mum or your gran, you know, and a handmade piece of jewellery, but made with emeralds.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Couldn't really get much more special, could you?
No, do you know what? I went back on something I said on the show recently, only because I ran out of time a little bit. I was gonna, when I was looking on the high street, I would never buy jewellery from the high street anymore. I know Gems TV are gonna give me a better price point, and of course, to be honest, I'm almost thinking I'd rather have a bespoke piece of jewellery these days. I did buy a piece of jewellery for my grandmother's 84th birthday the other day from Gems TV. Gorgeous opal earrings, that's her birthstone. Lovely. So I didn't feel too bad because I had bought her a birthstone. It was a rather gorgeous piece of jewellery. However, had I been a little bit better in planning, I would have commissioned my own piece. And you're right, if jewellery makers are out there and they can offer you the opportunity to add one of the big 4 to your designs, why not? You know it's a one of a kind, beautiful emerald, probably the gemstone, which actually is demanding more premium price points, even for rough, than any other gemstone. Are you being serious? Okay. I told you it was going to be a madcap evening. I'm sorry for just banging on the desk, but I'm a little bit perturbed. Buy one, get one free on emeralds. We only have 10 of this bundle available, so 10 lucky people are about to get a free strand of emerald as part of this deal. Make sure you are one of the next 8 people to dial the free phone number, next 7 or 6 people, sorry, because people are starting to add this to their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. Buy one, get one free on emerald. Can I tell you what I love about this? I almost feel like you're going on a sort of world tour of emerald, if you like, because you tend to find different colour tones of emerald at different locations. So you tend to get those very pastel tones from Colombia. You tend to get the sort of more forest greens from Zambia. The really deep saturation of colour tends to come from Brazil, and so it almost feels like you're getting all the forms of all the different varieties of emerald on one strand here because of the shaded tones. Actually, this all comes from one location, but it's just been expertly colour graduated and faceted to give you beautiful sparkle and a gorgeous combination of colours. That looks to me like it's going to be a sellout based on the number of people who've got it placed in their basket. Before we move on, okay, as I said, you must include your name and customer number on your text and message. Just because you're messaging on the web doesn't mean that I've got your customer number. That's what my producer's saying. So you must include it in your message, otherwise it won't be considered a valid entry. So we don't want anybody to miss out for that reason. Make sure you get your customer number on there as well. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, this must be something substantial. It's not in the box, I'm afraid. Okay, moving on. Aha, this is a double deal on iolite by the looks of it. I can tell from the colour tone. Wow, hefty carat weights. Gorgeous graduation on this. Actually, do you know what? Because you've got a double deal here, you could easily create a sort of showcase necklace from one strand that will make you your money back, and then you could probably use the other strand to create droplet style earrings, and that will be your profit. Starting to get into this craft fair malarkey and how to make lots of profit there.
Yes.
What's Binding doing here? She's sneaking in with a box of beads. Oh, she's bringing stuff back. We'll let her off then. Okay, we only once again have a very limited number of this particular double deal. A clearance opportunity, this time on iolite, a very prestigious gemstone, mainly because of its sort of legacy, its history. People are aware of this gemstone, but also because of its colour tone. Sits somewhere in between purples and blues, so pretty much covering all the bases there. We know those are the two colour tones that people really fall in love with, purples and blues. Everybody has their own personal relationship with gemstones, but if you are selling your designs, you need to appeal to the masses, don't you? So you know iolite's going to fit the bill. Iolite, of course, takes its name from the Greek derivation of violet, so it's the violet stone, if you like, so it's perfect for so many different designs. Faceted in a very interesting way because you've got these almost square-shaped facets, almost like a checkerboard facet, but slight variations there just to give you a different play of light. Gorgeous luster from the saturation of colour, and I'm being told once again, because we are so limited in availability, we have to get the clearance price on screen. Looks like this could be another sellout deal because it's buy one get one for £5. These are gems of distinction strands of iolite. Normally it'd be £19.95 per strand. Tonight get two for £24.95. Absolutely incredible deal, especially when you do look at the graduation of sizes. I think there's so much scope in the graduation of sizes. They range from 7x5 to 19x9, so the central stones are very significant in terms of carat weight. You get over 100 carats on both strands, 140 carats on both strands, so 280 carats in total. Pretty impressive. I'm going to give people an idea actually of how many gemstones you can get there, because 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 35 on that strand. That will be a guesstimation. It's based on carat weight. Of course, you might get 34, you might get 36, 37. It's all down to the individual carat weights. I mean, look at the size of this central gemstone here. It's just fantastic. You could use that as an individual pendant, couldn't you, just on a length of chain? Uh-oh, yeah. Single figures of availability. It looks to me like that is going to be a sell-out deal. We're going to move on. By the way, never take my word for it. Always speak to a member of our help team. And, okay, sorry, this seems to be causing some confusion. So just to establish, your account number is the exact same as your customer number. It's just that's the lingo here at JM Towers, so we thought that would make sense. But yeah, if you've got an account number attached to anything, that is the number we need, okay? Moving on. And we've got Beautiful 5-petaled flowers here in the form of pyrite. These are quite interesting because once again you've got that metallic shimmer from this gemstone. We talk about this quite regularly, but I do think that's the attraction for fool's gold. I was probably a little bit naive in thinking you'd always want it in this colour tone, because sometimes you do want the colour coatings, but if you are looking for that more antique-y feel, that's the way I see natural pyrite, then I think this is going to fit the bill. And you only need, what, 5 or 6 of these to make a gorgeous bracelet design, and it's going to be full of character. We know flower shapes tend to sell very well. Is pyrite a gemstone that you are drawn towards, Michelle?
I like the colour-coated ones more than the plain ones, but that's just down to, again, personal preference, because I like the way that the light glistens off the top of the faceted stones. It looks really pretty, especially when you set it in chainmail.
Yes.
Which is
we had some very small blue-coated rondelles last night, and I know how useful those would be as spacers, but in terms of this would be a feature of your designs, wouldn't it? Because of the flower shape, I would have thought. Yeah,
again, I would probably use them as the shape they are, flowers, so I would probably introduce them into a flower shape.
And could you almost mirror that in your wire work? So could you use this as the sort of foundations of the design and then use your wire work to build more detail?
I did that. I think I had one of those shapes, probably would have been the very first show. I think I had that shape, and I did just mirror the design or the shape of the flower in the design that I did.
So these are the kind of carvings in terms of the shape that you get that can actually lead you through the design process and almost take that element away if that's a concern for you. We are going to give you a bit of a special deal on this. Buy one, get one for 50p. And you actually get 230 carats on each strand, so you get 460 carats in total for less than £10 tonight. That means you're getting over 200 carats of pyrite for the equivalent of 50p. That is ridiculous. It's all about that hand-carved shape here, combined with that metallic shimmer that you get from natural fool's gold, and it's just fantastic, isn't it? It gives a fantastic depth to antique style designs, maybe vintage looks that you might want to create. Buy one, get them for 50p. These are 12mm flowers. Actually, if you really want to create lots of profit, solitaire rings. Can't go wrong. We've got to move on, I'm afraid. It looks like that's going to be another sellout deal. As I say, always speak to a member of our help team, or, I mean, if it will let you add it to your order at JewelleryMaker, then there's still one left, so don't worry too much. I'm now going to bring you a bit of a family reunion. The Beryl family on one strand here, probably minus your emerald, but we've already brought you emerald tonight, but you've got aquamarine, morganite and goshenite on these. These are faceted top drill drops. We know how popular those are, whether you're creating classic matching sets with your pendant and your droplet style earrings, or you are maybe trying to integrate high-end gemstones like morganite and aquamarine into your floral motifs. They make fantastic petals or leaves perhaps for the slightly sort of green tones that you're getting there on some of the aquamarines. Those have worked fantastically well as leaves in sort of vine style designs. I'm being told once again, limited number, we've got to get the price on screen. Told you it was going to be a bit fast paced tonight. So normally they're $14.95. You're going to get 160 carats tonight for $16.95. So normally you get 80 carats for $14.95. Buy one, get one for £2. Do you know what?
I'm definitely on the wrong show. I should be sat at home.
You want to be at home with your phone in hand?
I should have covered Sammy's shift yesterday, and then I'd be sat at home. She should be here today, missing out on everything, because she'll be sat there now.
Good point. Liam's just saying tonight is his penultimate show. Tomorrow night is his final show, and he might go even lower on certain items than he has tonight. I doubt it, because I don't see how we could go any lower than less than £10 for 100 metres of wire. Buy one, get one for £2 on Beryl. But he says he'll equal the deals from tonight just for you, Michelle.
Okay.
Don't worry, you won't miss out.
I'll hold you to that then.
He's going to hold. I think you're going to be in trouble when you get over to the Designer Inspiration Show, Liam. Designers are going to be having your guts for garters. Okay, I've got to fit another deal in before we bring you our first star buy, and I mean, buy one get one free on Morganite and Aquamarine. Ridiculous. So 6, yeah? Buy one get one for £2 there. These are plain rounds of your multicoloured fluorite. Absolutely love this gemstone. Not only do you get a very subtle optical effect known as fluorescence, and you can see that actually from the depth of colour on these. You see that's almost like an inner glow. Maybe it'll come through, but our studio lightings don't do as many favours with our gemstones. The other thing about this particular variety of fluorite, because it's the multicolour tones, you've got something for every design scenario. So you've got the amethyst purples, you've got the pastel greens, you've got the golden, almost citrine style tones there, and you've even got the lavender colours as well. And I think when you're investing in genuine gemstones, you don't want to have a sort of a gemstone that's going to dictate to you the style of jewellery you have to create. You want to have options. You want to be able to express your own style in the designs themselves, and I think this is a gemstone that allows you to do that, particularly in 10mm perfect rounds, because that tends to be how a lot of people get started with the hobby, relying on those perfect rounds. And actually, I'm just looking a little bit closer. That variation of colour is actually interrupted by slight banding on some of the gemstones as well, so that's even more character, even more individuality, and that might just help to create very unique designs. I think that's what people are looking for when they're investing in handmade jewellery designs, and fluorite definitely fits the bill, especially when you're getting over 290 carats on both strands, and we're about to bring you a clearance price. There's a clearance double deal tonight on multicoloured fluorite. Can't speak. I'm getting excited. I know we're about to give a prize away, that's what it is. Whoa, under £10 for over 500 carats, in fact over 550 carats of multicoloured fluorite. Fluorite is quite an interesting gemstone, because I do think that if you are starting to think about selling your designs and you want to be informative in terms of the information you provide your customers, you can tell them fluorite is related to the only gemstone that we mine for in this country. Blue John. There's a mine in Derbyshire, and this is related to the only gemstone that we mine for in the UK. But I have to get that off screen because it has been another sellout deal, and we got to move on because it's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Hopefully you've already got in tune with how quick you got to be tonight. Virtually every deal we've brought you has been a clearance opportunity, and virtually every deal has been a sellout deal. So it just goes to show, get on the phone lines early, add items to your order. If you place it in your basket, make sure you check out, otherwise you're going to miss out, because we've been oversubscribed to a number of the deals that people have already placed in their baskets tonight, and I don't think this is going to be any exception. Of course, on our star buys, we try to go above and beyond to provide you with a wholesale opportunity, not just in terms of the price point, but also in terms of the carat weights and the quality of the gemstones. This, for me, is a very feminine combination. You've got your clear quartz, the ultimate accent, because it will go with any other gemstone, and it will still add to the design without overpowering another gemstone. So it will provide you with that traditional clarity, that little bit of sparkle, but it won't sort of detract from the focal point of the design. That's how I see it anyway. But what do you have in mind when you look at this gemstone? Maybe you have a specific design, maybe you have a very specific commission. Maybe somebody's come to you and they've already pretty much decided what they want, and they just want you to do the practical side of things. I suppose that's fine, because you know, you got to deliver, you got to give your customers what they want, and a bridal commission would definitely suit these colour tones. I think, are those the kind of commissions where people are quite precise about what they want, Michelle?
They certainly are. Amethyst is probably one of the most popular ones for bridal commissions.
And clear quartz is perfect, isn't it, as well? Yeah.
Yeah, for tiaras are lovely. But I have a lot of requests for Amethyst.
Really? Interesting. I suppose the purples, well, anything goes with white, but especially lavender tones, they're subtle, aren't they? They're pastel tones, so they're going to work.
They are. They
for
look
brides, aren't
together,
they?
definitely.
And the Bicones are easily one of our most popular cuts. Now, originally I was a bit confused by this, but I think it's because of the way they provide a little extra dimension to the designs, but they still sit in a similar way to rounds. Is that correct?
They offer a different perspective. When the light shines on them, they shine in a different way.
Yes.
And it's definitely, you know, they hold the light differently.
Okay.
You know, it's probably one of my most favourite ones.
Oh, really? Okay. A lot of designers talk to me about the way they sort of interlock and the way that you can set them into designs, but you're right, because you've got an extra faceted edge there than you wouldn't have in a round, for example, you've got that play of light as well.
Yeah.
So really a bicone is ticking every box. It's going to sit perfectly in your designs, but it still gives you that play of light you'd usually associate with a genuine gemstone. Lavender tones here as well, so not that same regality, more feminine, and that might make it more suitable for bridal designs, or of course, maybe somebody just has a special event coming up and they don't want, you know, that intensity of colour, they want something a bit more subtle and femininity. Now this is a bundle that Michelle's actually working with right now, so we'll have a look at Michelle's designs a little bit later in the show, a little bit of inspiration for everybody who comes through on this deal. But tonight, all you need to know is this is Liam's penultimate show, and so he is going to be going lower than ever on the price points. Take advantage of the clearance deals. You can't get in trouble because it's his penultimate show, so he's going to be going above and beyond in terms of the pricing. Now usually, yeah, but you're not doing what I think. Okay, the clear quartz itself, just have a look at this clear quartz. This clear quartz rondelles, they're the perfect accent to any design. This is a Gems of Distinction strand. It must be a 30cm strand, roughly. Combined with the lavender bicones. Normally the bicones alone are $7.95. That for me is an exceptional price, but you wouldn't expect to get 35 carats of clear quartz rondelles for £1. That's the deal tonight. Buy one, get one for £1.
He's lucky if you don't get sacked, isn't he, really?
He's just managed to land himself a promotion and now he's going to blow it all out the water with his pricing on the final weekend.
Could do.
Do you know what? I think this is the reason that Liam has been noticed, because he makes it his business to provide you with the best value on the market. That's our remit on the Late Show, to provide you with very unique clearance deals so that you can maximise on your 1p&p per day. I think Liam's been very successful in that over the last 12 months, and he's now being offered the chance to work more closely with our designers on the Inspiration Show. And so I suppose it's a little bit more focused in terms of the techniques that we're able, and I suppose the airtime that we dedicate to demonstrations on the Inspiration Show is a little bit different, and so that's what Liam's going to be doing. But right now he's focused on giving you clearance prices for the next 2 nights. That's exactly what he's done. Buy one, get one for £1. Lavender, amethyst and clear quartz. We're going to move on. We're going to make our first draw. Okay, we're going to answer our first question. 3 lucky individuals are about to win suites of jewellery. Okay, the answer to the question we set was, what are my birthstones? If you're a regular viewer, you'll probably know that. And if not, you can probably Google it based on the information I've given you before. We're about to make the announcement. So what are Ed's birthstones? Does anybody know? There's 3, and you need to have all 3 in order for it to be a valid answer. You also need to include your customer number and your name. So please make sure you've put all of those pieces of information on all subsequent answers. But we've got the winners for this deal. Okay, should I announce the winner, the answer first? Oh, it's all coming up on screen. Okay, then I'll just do the drum roll. Pow! Faye in the Midlands, Lisa in Cheshire, Sharon in Essex, you're all the winners. The answers are Moonstone, Pearls and Alexandrite. So I assume everybody knows when my birthday is now. If not, it's June. Those are the birthstones for June. Quite greedy, really, haven't we?
Not hinting at all, then, Ed.
Oh, well, I'm shameless. I tell them regularly. If only you want to make sort of coupling, feel free. Okay, so I'm going to pick out a number. This will relate to one of the suites of jewellery, and Faye, Lisa, and Sharon will all win one of these suites. So let's do I need... Faye is going to receive number 5. This is the suite of jewellery you will receive. I think if you give my director... Oh, we'll show you in 1 second what you're going to receive, Faye. You're number 5. Okay, we'll show them all at once. Lisa is going to win number 16. So these all relate to a whole suite of jewellery created by our expert designers. So, and Sharon, we're going to pick Sharon's prize now. This is good, I like this. Okay, Sharon in Essex, number 27. And that's actually the day in June when my birthday falls. So, you know, you've got a long time to plan out those cufflink designs, lady. Yeah, so number 27, that's what you will receive. We'll be able to show you exactly what you're going to get hold of in 1 second. So 5, 16 and 27 are the numbers. So number 5 goes to Faye. And look at that, you're getting this whole suite of jewellery. So 2 necklace designs, 2 earrings and a bracelet, all created by Deb Rudge. Pretty impressive. That will be sent out to you on Monday morning. So Lisa in Cheshire, is that right? This is it, yeah. Lisa in Cheshire, you've won suite number 16. And this has been created by Gemma Crow. Gorgeous combination. Is that a bit of druzy there? Or is it agate slabs? Looks pretty impressive. And that's what you'll be receiving. That'll be sent out for you at the start of the week. And number 27 is a suite created by the wonderful Mr. Mark Smith. So macrame necklace and bangle there. Oh, do you know what? I recognise that. That's the pearl bracelet that he made at the start of the week, I think, with the very dark pearls and the white cord. That's fantastic, that piece of jewellery. So you're all winners. Congratulations. So that's 3 suites down. We're going to move on because we've got so many deals to bring you. Don't worry, we are going to set another question very soon. But before that, we're going to bring some more deals, I believe. Say again, sorry? Oh, the Cabochons. Okay. Now, no, do you know what? Michelle already made her feelings perfectly clear before we went live, Liam. So Gemma and Becky were still standing there wrapping up their show. And Michelle was saying, those Cabochons on tonight's show. Unfortunately, it's not just Michelle that's going to be disappointed. If you are one of the first 33 people to get on the phone lines, you are going to be successful. So make sure you're dialing right now. You get over 900 carats of amethyst as part of this collection. Beautiful Cabochons, but a variation in terms of the shapes that you get. So you've got ovals, you've got circular shapes, you've got teardrops, I mean, even trilliant cuts. I love that. And these Cabochons, so useful for so many different disciplines within jewellery making. Wire work, obviously. Michelle looks really upset. Oh, I'll get you a little treat in the break.
I'll get him back.
Get you some chocolate.
I'll get him.
I don't think we're going to smooth this over tonight, Liam. I think Michelle's going to hold a grudge.
Yeah. How hath the woman scorned?
He's really upsetting there, Michelle.
I'll join the club.
Okay, you can see how sought after these Cabochons are. There's already a huge number. In fact, there's probably about 10 people on the phone lines already. I've only got 30 odd of this. Okay, you need to start dialing that free phone number right now or click into buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. Can I just give everybody a bit of advice? I know I sound repetitive. If you're placing something in your basket, check out right now because I've probably already got 20 people with this in their basket. Let's get the price on screen. You're getting over 900 carats of amethyst here for under £30. Enough said, really, isn't it? Now, Michelle.
I wouldn't ask Ed if I was you. Really wouldn't be a colour.
What I was going to say is, I can see that you're missing out on a real deal here.
Yeah.
Over half the stock's already been allocated, so good luck if you're waiting in a queue on the phone lines, and I mean that genuinely, because I do think there's going to be some disappointed JewelleryMakers here. I think there's going to be more than one disappointed JewelleryMaker of this. But what I was going to say is, just have a look at the colour tone you've got here. Fantastic saturation of colour. This is probably the most iconic colour when you think of amethyst. This is what people are really looking for. I mean, there might be people that are a little bit more informed that understand you get the lavender tones, and actually together they look fantastic, the lavender tones. But this intense regal tone is what people are really looking for in amethyst. I'm going to do a quick count of it. Will once again be a guesstimation. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 individual gemstones. As part of this Cabochon collection, you might get 27, you might get 31. But it just, by coincidence, it just so happens that as part of this collection, you've got 28. That means you're paying less than £1 a Cabochon. Based on the carat weights there, I think you're probably going to make your money back. 935 carats in one collection of amethyst. Okay, so just for fun, and as I say, actually it's always going to be applicable because you're getting a minimum of 90. How much did you say again? It works out around about 3p per carat for amethyst. I think we better get that off screen before Michelle throws something at you or I. Let's move on that deal. That's going to be a sellout opportunity. Yes. I'll get a treat for you, Michelle, don't worry. Moving on. We're going to bring you another high-end opportunity here. This is a Gems of Distinction strand. It comes from our collector's edition, so it's top quality. When you see the way it's been faceted, the consistency of colour and the sparkle that you get from this gemstone, you'll understand why Peridot is falling in to our Gems of Distinction range. This is a 30cm strand, so you've got a lot of gemstones on here, especially as they're quite intricate. They're 2x1mm. Micro faceting on these as well, because obviously it's quite difficult to create uniform faceting on a gemstone this small. It's 2x1mm. Look at that. Now this has only previously featured on the show once before this evening, and that means we're going to honour the launch price. So we are going to take these down to the original price point. I love this gemstone because I think it's the most suitable of all the birthstones, because when I think of August, which is the month of Peridot, I think of these colour tones, that fresh cut grass tone or those sort of lime coloured tones, and they seem to be appropriate for those summer months. But actually Peridot for me is a gemstone that always offers your designs vibrancy because of that very intense green tone. I don't suppose we'll be able to ever get close enough to see the facet. Oh, you can see it there. Fantastic. Very intricate checkerboard faceting on a 2x1mm Peridot. Oh, I know. I'm so glad the lapidarists aren't going to be watching right now on a Saturday night, because we're about to honour the launch price, and I genuinely think it's too low for Peridot of this quality coming to you as part of our Gems of Distinction collection. I mean, this is just fantastic. The clarity, the way it's been faceted, the colour tone. It's going to add so much to so many designs. It's the perfect accent stone actually, because it's so small. Because again, it will add something to your design in terms of the vibrancy of colour, in terms of the sparkle because of the number of facets on it, but it won't overpower another gemstone because of its size. So, do you know what? It's so sparkly, there's a bit of a debate going in there. Like, is that out of focus or is it just that sparkly? It is, that's about, honestly, when you see the number of facets on the gemstone, you'll understand why. It's ridiculous in terms of how beautiful it is. We've had a bit of a message come through from Jan, sorry, I can't read. That's going to be a problem. Jan in Norfolk says, Ed, I already have a strand of this and it truly sparkles like diamonds. Beautiful, so I had to have a second strand. There you go. That, I have to say, I can completely understand, because it is one of the most sparkly strands of peridot I've ever seen. It's not completely alien to me to see very sparkle peridot, because it is the only other gemstone that forms in the mantle of the Earth's crust, just like a diamond, and so you can understand why it tends to develop similar properties in terms of the intensity of colour and that gorgeous sparkle. There's already a lot of people getting involved with this. It is a limited availability opportunity, so you need to get on the phone lines early. Let's have a look at the current price, $17.95, and we're about to honour the launch price. Now, this has only been on screen once before this evening. We're already down to limited availability, and we're about to make this a risk-free shopping experience, because we're taking your P&P off the price of this strand of peridot down to $14.95. You only pay one P&P per day. Maybe you've been waiting to get hold of peridot and you were always going to add this to your order. That means if you do take advantage of the price reduction, then essentially you're getting your P&P handed back to you. It's a gorgeous strand of peridot.
It is, definitely.
I think we're going to be busy during the break, guys, putting together some sort of present for Michelle to make up for all these deals she's missing out on.
I would probably channel set those.
Now, do you know what? Is it about me? I knew from your tone of voice it was going to be so. Liam and I have been working together for a year. This is our penultimate show together. He just said, oh, we've had an interesting text from a customer and I'm going to put it on screen because I want to know the answer. And he went so deep in his voice, I was thinking, this is going to be about me. So Faye in the West Midlands texted and saying, thanks for my prize, Ed. Congratulations. It looks lovely. Looking very smart tonight. Last time I saw you in a bow tie, you had holes in your socks. Hee hee. From Faye. Okay. I can't be expected to remember every single night I've ever... No, I'm joking. I'm guessing that Faye is one of our audience members who has featured quite a lot on JewelleryMaker. I think in the early days she might have been on the Sunday sofa. If it's the Faye I'm thinking of, who lives quite close by, she's a very beautiful lady. But I think the only reason she knows that I had socks, holes in my socks, is because the last time I wore a bow tie was probably to the summer ball, the Genuine Gemstone Company's summer ball. Well, there was complimentary wine, so I don't know why I took my shoes off, but I obviously did. I was doing a lot of dancing, put it that way. I had Natalia's daughter, I was spinning her around. JewelleryMaker, I was sat on the JewelleryMaker table, so I think I probably tried to get a dance out of all of the people that attended. That's just the kind of guy I am. Yes. Can Faye please confirm if that's correct? Even I'm worried. Right, moving on. Aha, now. This is interesting, Michelle, because this is related to something that you touched on earlier, talking about the coated pyrites and the different opportunities they give you creatively. Now, this is quite interesting because it's in keeping with the original traditions of pyrite being fool's gold, but we've enhanced that. This is more like an 18-karat gold than an antique gold. Yes. So would this lend itself towards your designs a bit? Yeah. Yeah, you like that?
That would probably lend itself to, well, the show that you and I did together. Yes. Our designer inspiration, where I did the interchangeable heart locket that opened up, the pendant where we would change the stones in the centre.
I don't know if I can say this without upsetting about 30 people. My favourite design ever. Sorry, Gemma Crow just threw something at me. I love those.
And we did the oak
I
leaf
feel
as
like
well,
we neglected lockets. That's the thing. I can see why they'd be such a massive draw at craft fairs, and you were the first person that did it while I was presenting.
I am in the midst with Laura planning a
little fusion.
No, not Laura Binding, but the manager Laura Binding.
Laura Andriola.
A locket workshop, but to actually hold photos rather than just stones.
Have we just? Is that an exclusive? Have we just broken exclusive?
No fixed dates yet.
Yeah, just coming in. News just in. The photo locket workshop it's not early stages of development. I think that's fair to say. We don't know whether it's going to come to fruition, but that's what's being worked on. An exclusive, as if the giveaways weren't enough, as if the clearance prices weren't enough. We've just broken an exclusive story. Oh, and an add it to your order price for pyrite. There you go. This show's got everything. I'll tell you what.
It would also lend itself to my DVD that I recorded recently.
What was that DVD that you recorded recently that hasn't been released yet? Exclusive number 2.
Settings.
So gemstone settings in prongs. So that's a kind of skill that can be translated to a number of different designs, whether it's pendants. You're wearing it right now, good. Or rings though. I know that some people, only create ring designs using the through drill, but if you can create prong settings, you can use any gemstone. Okay, I'm gonna get in trouble for my director. I'm gonna run off set and I come back. I'm back, baby. Have a look at this. Wow. This allows you to start working with calibrated stones from the cut collection, from the gems, Gem collector range, that's it, easy for me to say. Wow, and then of course, once again, you're starting to inch those price points up a little because people are going to expect to pay a higher price point for a gemstone that offers you that kind of clarity that's been faceted in this way. And these are almost a locket shape, but for an add it to your order price, you're getting over 100 carats here for $6.95, and it's pyrite but with a difference. So you've got that natural golden tone that you'd associate with pyrite, but because it's a coating, more of a sort of 18 karat gold shimmer, if you like. That's how I would describe it. We are going to leave that one with you at $6.95. Seriously, wow, time flies when you're having fun. It is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another Star Buy. I was going to say time for another giveaway, and it still would have been accurate because, to be honest, the price we're about to give you on this wire bundle, we're almost giving it away. So I have to warn everybody right now, very limited availability on this deal. So when we say that, normally we're a little bit worried that there won't be enough to go around. On this one, I can safely say I'm 100% confident if you're not dialing the free phone number right now, you're going to miss out. It's as simple as that. You know, we've only got so many to go round, and this covers over a lot of the most popular gauges and the most popular colours. So we'll start with the silver tone. This is 1 mil gauge wire, and you get a 10 metre reel. Then you've got the same in your golden wire. Oh, sorry, no, this is 0.8, sorry. Then you've got the 0.8 mil gauge in the golden wire. So still quite high gauge, but a little bit more flexibility. You can probably do your findings work with those. Then you've got your 0.4 mil wire. And obviously that's for more of the intricate parts, the detailing, the weaving within your work. And then have a look at this. Another 10 metres of wire, this time your 0.8 mil gauge, but your twisted golden wire, so far greater possibilities with that particular design because it gives you a little bit of texture, might influence the kind of designs you want to create. So 1 mil in your silver, 0.8 in your gold, 0.4 in your gold, and your 0.8 mil twisted golden wire. So 40 metres of wire as part of this deal, and this is the ultimate wirer. Very good. I like it, guys. Very good. And let's get the ultimate wirer's opinion on this particular bundle. I often find that just, you know, when I'm in earshot of the buying team,
yes,
they're always talking about the most popular colour tones being the traditional metallics, so the silvers, the golds, and the antique bronze and copper tend to be quite popular as well. Is that just because people are naturally drawn to those metallic tones?
I think so, yes, probably. And this, obviously, when you buy and you go out and buy expensive jewellery, it's 9 times out of 10 that's what the products are made from,
sterling silver or 9.
And it's what people recognise as jewellery, I suppose,
Yes,
rather than the coloured wires. Although the coloured wires are, you know, are becoming more popular. You know, from what I've seen anyway, they're becoming more popular. Some of the designs I've done have been more popular in coloured wires.
I'm guessing that when you're quite confident with your wire work, you can start to use the coloured wires, but when you're first starting out as a wire worker, maybe the metallic tones are a little bit easier to integrate into your designs. Do you think that could be a consideration?
Definitely. I mean, you could take just a simple silver wire and you can make a very simple earring look very delicate, or you could make it look very, very pretty by embellishing that silver wire.
Absolutely.
So it adds a definite tone of detail using.
Well, alongside, I mean, I'm just looking at your pendant now with that huge amethyst in the centre.
Yeah.
It's absolutely gorgeous because it does attract attention to the design itself, because it's not just about the gemstone. It's actually about the detailing. That's because you've used the wire in quite an interesting way to frame your gemstone. So you're drawing attention to the gemstone, but the detailing is still a key feature of the design.
The nice thing about this one is that the way I weaved it is probably Laura Bynum's probably favourite way of weaving it, but it almost gives a diamond effect.
Yes.
I take it off. And if you look, sometimes if you're in a dark room or if the light's shining on it, it gives it, I'm just trying to take it off so you see. But the light sort of bounces off the side.
Absolutely.
To give it that, is it curb look?
And is that partly because the actual detailing, the weaving, affects the way the light hits the gemstone? Yeah, so that's really when you start to use your wire work techniques to enhance your design and make the most of your gemstones as well.
Definitely, and your gemstones will go farther as well, especially if you have the big ones. You know, you tend to use the bigger ones for your central pieces, and then you'll work with your smaller items to make your rings and your earrings and your bracelets and things like that.
So the detailing of the wire almost makes up for accent gemstones or huge carat weights, because there is something special about the design, but the individuality's been created by the wire work.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So each individual piece is always different, and never two pieces are ever the same.
Wow, well that is, I know for a fact, is a popular consideration with people investing in bespoke wire work deals. And I have to say, for all of the designers out there, this is about to go way too low once again. So I'm going to go and put together a little treat for Laura, for Michelle in the break, because she's missing out on so many wire work deals here. I've just heard from the gallery they've already got a treat for you.
Have they?
Yeah.
Oh, does that mean you get a kiss off Liam?
She said if you get, do you want a kiss off Liam?
Not really, no.
Liam, you've pulled.
Sorry, Mr. Nader.
Penultimate show.
I'm joking. My poor children will be funny.
Less than £4. We're not trying to get Michelle in trouble tonight, by the way. We're just all a bit excitable because we're giving away so much jewellery. Well, that works out at less than £4 per reel. And these are 1 metre gauges, 0.8mm, and you've got your 0.4 there. Less than £4 per 10 metres of wire here, $14.95. It's flying out the door. We do try to warn everybody, you've got to be on the phone lines early tonight. We're very, very busy. And we've had another message. It's come through. Is it from Faye? Is it to yes, Ed, it's that Faye. Good memory. Good memories of your sock and knee slides on the dance floor.
Knee slides, Ed?
I don't even remember.
Oh dear.
Always drink responsibly, especially at a Genuine Gemstone Company event, if you are an ambassador for the company. Do you know what? I can tell you a story about that night. When I got back to my house, I was wearing a tux and somebody ran up behind me shouting, "Dave! Dave!" And I was thinking, how many friends do you know dressed as magicians tonight? Turn around, and he clocked me one.
Nice.
Yeah. And then he trampled on my hand and broke my thumb, and I had to get another producer to produce the show the next morning. That is true, I got attacked.
You didn't dance with his girlfriend, did you?
He was outside my house, like 30 miles away from the event, so... Unless he'd followed me. But yeah, that actually did happen to me that night. Anywho, you know, no one's going to feel sorry for something that happened 2 years ago, are they?
No.
I hurt my head recently as well. No, I'm joking. Let's set our next competition. Do you know what? I came in today, all the ladies were like, oh, you have given yourself a little mark on your head, haven't you? And then they all, within about 10 seconds, just went, should have been wearing your helmet.
Helmet, yeah.
No sympathy whatsoever.
No.
Let's set our next competition question before we go to our next break. Are you ready for action? So as I say, all of the questions are going to relate to the show. We've started you off with an easy one, certainly for regular viewers. Say again. They're going to get a little bit more challenging as the show moves on, but so we're still early on, so you should be able to get this one right. Okay, let's have a look at the question then. Same terms as always. You can enter via the text number or via the message box at JewelleryMaker.com. You must include your answer, your name and your customer number. Let's have a look at the question. Question 2 is, name the 4 members of Ed's Late Show crew, excluding Ed. So I don't count. You have to get the other 4 members. We do reference them regularly because, in all honesty, I just stand out here having fun and the rest of the guys put the show together. So the show is all thanks to them. We are going to go to a quick break. When we return, are we going to announce the winner immediately? Yeah, we're going to announce the winner of this particular question straight after the break. The number to text into is 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio. You can also message at jm.com or JewelleryMaker.com, sorry, just to confuse everybody. But make sure you have your name, your customer number and a correct answer to be entered into the prize draw. 3 lucky people are going to win whole suites of jewellery right after this.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Morganite was first discovered in California in the early 20th century. News spread quickly and it became of special interest to George Frederick Kunz, a well-known and respected gemologist and gem collector from New York. In 1911, Kunz later discovered the gem in Madagascar and suggested naming this pink variety of beryl Morganite. Along with emerald and aquamarine, Morganite is now one of the most popular gemstones from the colour beryl family.
I like the Viking knit because for me it gives that finished look to your pieces. You can use just the knit on its own and create a statement piece, add 1 stone and your look just completely changes. It's such an easy technique to do. And again, you can just do so much with it. You flatten it, you can make rings with it, you can drop stitches, add stitches. It's just got so much scope. And again, having a lazy daisy tool to create the knit makes it so much easier. You can do it, you know, you can carry the tool wherever you go, and it's just a really, really lovely technique to learn.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker this Halloween by entering our spooktacular competition. We want you to send in pictures of your wirework pumpkin that has been inspired by guest designer Alison Tarry. Send your entries by October 30th to thehub@jewellerymaker.com. Entries will be shown on the Designer Inspiration Show on the 31st of October.
I love chips and nuggets. Ever since I first joined the company nearly 3 years ago, I've been absolutely hooked. What I love are the varying sizes, the varying shapes, the varying colours, and most of the gemstones that we carry in our stock have some form of chips and nuggets, right from what I call the tiny little microchips, right through to the nuggets, right through to the big ice cube boulders. There's just such an array of sizes and shapes, and they lend themselves so well to macrame, to wire wrapping, to rosary link, all sorts of techniques to use, and you can make the simple, delicate little bracelet right through to the enormously heavy, chunky bib style necklace. I just adore them.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. Very exciting evening. We've already given away 3 whole suites of jewellery, and it's my understanding that the prize draw is taking place right now for the next 3 prize winners. But before we reveal the winners and the answer to the last question, I have to let you all know about our superstar buy this evening. It is a very, very impressive bead scoop. Now, our bead scoops are one of the most popular items we ever bring on screen. Anytime we do, they sell out. There's never enough to go round. Quite difficult to put them together, but tonight we have managed to do that. Do you know what? When you look at it, you almost feel like it's 2 individual bead scoops, don't you? So you get the blue and green and you get the pink. But what we've done is we put them together as a bit of a superstar buy. And when I say superstar buy, I mean it tonight. We've put these together and the price point is incredible for what you're going to receive. So you get all of those greens and blues, all the aquatic tones, and then you get all of the purples and pinks, so all of the feminine colours as well. Massive variety of gemstones in terms of the shape, the size, the cut, the colour, and the variety of gemstone that you're going to receive. I mean, I'm just going to pick one at random. Look at this. Rhodonite heart. Absolutely huge. Fantastic. You've got cultured pearls in there as well. Oh, look at this. That's really interesting. I don't even know what that is, actually. I have to have a look. Fantastic. So you get this gorgeous combination, blues and greens and the feminine tones, all bundled together as a superstar buy. We rarely have enough bead scoops to go around, so as ever, at 10 to 9, have your phone in hand, start dialing immediately to make sure you're in the running to own one of those. Shall we reveal the winners? Yes, here we go then. So, the 3 winners of the last prize giveaway question, which was, name the 4 members of the Late Show team, excluding my good self. And we have winners. Okay, the winners are Samantha. No, they're not the winners. They are winners. They're all winners in their own right because they get to work with me. But so the answer is Sam, Bruce, Liam and Pete. We would have accepted Samantha or Sam. Bruce, Liam and Pete, that is the team. And it has been for quite some time now, well over 6 months. And the 3 winners are Christina from County Antrim, Michelle from Derbyshire and Delith from Glamorgan. All beautiful names, Christina, Michelle and Delith. Okay, let's have a little look and see what Christina's won. Christina's won suite number 3. And we can have a look right now at what your prize is, Christina. So this is heading over to County Antrim, is that right? So this has been created by Jan on one of our late shows. And here is the suite of jewellery that you will be receiving. Oh, quite hefty. You've got 2 pairs of earrings there, 2 rings, 3 rings, and a necklace design. Fantastic. So that is heading your way, Christina. Now, Michelle in Derbyshire, you are our next winner, and you are going to receive suite number 11. Now this was put together by Mark Smith on one of our previous late shows, and you are going to receive all of this jewellery you're about to see. This is heading its way to Derbyshire, and it will be sent out on Monday, I believe, Michelle, so you should receive it in the middle of the week. Depends when, I don't know the logistics of the office anymore, but yeah, it will get sorted out. It'll be sent out to you. So Mark put this suite together, and that will be heading off to you. That's Michelle in Derbyshire, and yeah, and now this is for Deleth in Glamorgan, and you are going to receive number 7. Lucky number 7. I feel like a bingo corner, actually. I would love to do that, as I'm sure you would imagine. I would be great at bingo calling. So Laura Binding put this suite together. Wow, she was busy that night. So necklace and a bracelet and 2 bangles. Hefty carat weights in there. They're showcase pieces, really, aren't they? Love that. So congratulations, Deleth. That is heading its way to you this week at some point, so I don't know exactly where. So the next question is going to be set for our, well, before the end of the hour. So make sure you're watching, of course, because the question will relate to the show itself. We've started you off with a couple of easy ones, but I think they are going to get more challenging. You are going to have to make sure that you're concentrating on the show from now on. But we've already given away 6 whole suites of jewellery. And it's only 6:15. And to be honest, we've been giving you non-stop deals as well, so why don't we continue in that vein. Gorgeous labradorite here, plain rounds. Now we touched on this earlier, and I think Michelle was in agreement that rounds are popular because most people get started with the hobby as a result of this cut, don't they?
Yeah, I started with 8mm rounds. Yeah. I like to make rings out of 8mm rounds.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, I think it was your ring designs that prompted me to run upstairs and say, come downstairs, you've got to meet this lady. She's amazing. Is that about right?
Yeah, it's something along those lines, yeah, I think.
I get a bit excitable around Michelle and her jewellery designs. What
so I've got to blame you then. You're at fault.
I'll take the blame because I've got Michelle on screen, so I'm happy with that. 140 carats of labradorite here. We know why this is popular. Actually, it's interesting that you say about solitaire rings, because when you actually separate your labradorite out, that's when you really start to appreciate the labradorescence, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, and it surprises me every time. It really does, because some can be sort of really bright in colour, and the colour differences. I've got a couple of pieces at home which have reds, and one's got a purple, and then there's blues, and it goes the whole variety of stones. So like the one I've got at home, which is purples in it, I've teamed with amethyst, and it's not necessarily something I would put together normally, but the purple of the amethyst really pull out the purple in the labradorite.
And you can start to colour match to the labradorescence as opposed to the gemstone, can't you? Exactly. Yeah, that gives you another whole dimension of jewellery design in a way, doesn't it? For me, I think the reason it's so encapsulating, that labradorescence, is it almost looks mystical, doesn't it? It's almost looks like a little galaxy inside the gemstone, if you like, doesn't it? That's how I always think of it, but everybody's going to have their own interpretation, but I think the optical effect is always going to capture people's imagination. If you're selling your designs, it tends to be very popular. Actually, Michelle, what we were discussing in the break there, these would make fantastic cufflinks.
Yes, they would, Ed, wouldn't they?
They would.
Yeah.
So Michelle's going to get about 10 commissions by the end of the night. Okay, these rounds actually graduate in size from 8mm up to 11mm in size, 140 carats in total. And we're about to give you a very exciting prize. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range, top quality labradorite, $12.95. I can see Michelle's treat heading towards her desk as we speak.
Ooh. Chocolates? God, it's going to do no good for my waistline, is it? Don't stand there with them, come on.
Don't tease her, please. Standing there when she can't reach.
Away from chocolates now, do we?
That's treat of mean and all that, Pete. This is how, do you know what, Michelle? This is how people feel at home. They can see the optical effect of the labradorite, they want to touch it, but they can't. They're like, it's just too far away.
No. Who's had the honeycomb fudge?
That was producer Liam. The man who's preventing you from having all these deals tonight has also taken your favourite chocolate out of the box. We're having a party! That's what we're doing tonight. Look at Pete hovering over the box.
Come on, Pete.
Yeah.
Come on, darling.
Okay, hang on.
Look at him in his navy blue shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable.
They're only Liam's, I wouldn't worry about it.
Anyway, back to jewellery making. 140 carats of labradorite. This has been voted as your favourite gemstone for the last 2 years here at JewelleryMaker, and I suppose it's partly because of the optical phenomenon, but also the incredible price points we can bring you here at JewelleryMaker. We are going to move on. Got a lot to fit in tonight. Beautiful lemon quartz. This is another gemstone that I think in the early days of JewelleryMaker, the quality wasn't quite the same as it is now. So it was much less saturated in terms of its colour. It's a little bit pale. So maybe if you were looking for those sort of zesty tones, you weren't always getting the same saturation of colour. Nowadays, thanks to the buying power that we have, of course we're 4.5 years old now, and because of your loyal custom, it means that not only can we negotiate lower prices, but the suppliers are much more competitive in terms of the quality of gemstones they provide us with. And this is a gemstone that I think encapsulates that. 100 carats on this strand and perfect consistency of colour across the strand. And I mean, well, clues in the title really, lemon quartz, and that's exactly what you've got here, very zesty golden tone. They range in size from 5mm to 12mm, and you've got that polished finish on your top drill. Drops a little bit broader than the elongated drops. Now this comes from our Gems of Distinction range as a result, because of the quality of the colour tone, and actually because of that polish technique, you have to have that perfect clarity, and that's what you've got here on this strand. Let's have a look at our current price for this Gems of Distinction strand. It's already under £10 and we're about to take it even lower. We told you we're not going to mess around. This is producer Liam's penultimate show. He's got nothing to lose, so he's going to go to clearance prices right up until 9 PM. And as if that wasn't a big enough of a giveaway, at £6.95, we're also giving away jewellery all night long. We've already given away 6 whole suites of jewellery, and we've got a lot more to come before 9 PM, including of course that bead scoop. But right now, lemon quartz going down to a clearance price of £6.95. There's no way Gems of Distinction strands should be going to that price point, but as I say, he's a bit fearless tonight, isn't he, producer Liam? And that's despite the fact that he's already been threatened by Michelle, and he's still doing these ridiculous prices. And he ate Michelle's favourite chocolate. You
just can't get the staff these days, can you?
No, never.
No.
Sooner Helena gets over here, the better, eh, Michelle?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm kidding, he knows I'm going to miss him. Down to £6.95, that is a clearance price. We're not staying there though, we're moving on, because I'm going to bring you quite a seasonal gemstone in my mind. When I look at them, I'm seeing icicles. Pete, don't force them on her. Have a little bit more decorum about yourself, will you?
I'm a gentleman.
Look at him.
Do you not get...
What about Sam?
Come on.
I know she assaulted you just before we went live and everything. Too many distractions going on this evening. It's because we are having a bit of a fun show, but we're also giving you clearance deals. And here, what I would describe as clear quartz icicles. They're frosted. They've been described as towers, but I don't. Am I just being overly influenced by the season there, Michelle? Do you think? They've got that little crackled effect.
Yeah,
inside.
they do. They do remind me of like the. Is it the stalagmites or the stalactites?
Yes. Stalactites fall down.
Yeah.
Stalagmites.
They remind me of those, and they would look really nice with a wax wire comb over the top, but not all the way. Almost it looked like an ice cream.
Nice, yes, that's a
pretty.
cool idea. Yeah. So again, using the wire to frame the gemstone and attract attention towards those, maybe the inclusions actually, those are the detailing on this gemstone. They're 30 by 10mm in size, so you've got a uniform size. You could use these, actually, you could turn them that way and use them as sort of earring designs, couldn't you? Just on a long
Christmas
head pin.
Oh, you could have them as Christmas decorations for your Christmas tree.
Yes,
They would look
fantastic. Sam wants to agree, but she's got a face full of chocolate. Okay, let's get the price on screen. 180 carats of clear, crackled, frosted quartz. Pretty much every process we can attach to a gemstone we've placed on top of this one. But because you've got the neutral colour tone, they're going to go with any other gemstone. If you actually think about the bead scoop we have coming up later, where you've got those variations of colour, the pinks, the greens, the blues, this is something quite eclectic that will go with anything. And you've still got the points of interest within the gemstone in terms of the unique cut, the frosted finish, the crackled inclusions. Can't go wrong with this. Actually, do you know what? They almost look like little Christmas trees that have got snow or frost on top, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
So you could actually make quite ornamental pieces using these gemstones. We're starting to get a little bit festive up in here. Well, Liam's playing the part of Santa Claus this evening because he's giving away prizes all night long. $11.95 for your frosted quartz towers or Christmas trees or icicles, depends how you see it. We're going to move on. Ooh. Back to the fuchsia. That was his joke. I'm not taking the blame for that one. That was producer Liam. I like it, by the way. These are fantastic, perfect for those wirework designs. If you want to create, you know, statement pendants, something that you might sort of utilise to great effect.
You could make one of the there were, I don't know if they're still in at the moment, but you could make the double ringed ring so that it goes across
still in with the lovely Laura Binding.
Yeah,
she loves that design, doesn't she? Yeah. These would be perfect. Actually, these would be perfect for a lot of different binding style designs, wouldn't they? In terms of our pendants, these sort of wire wrap pendants, and the double rings. You're right, because if you think that I'm probably going to have chubbier fingers than the lovely ladies out there, it covers both of my fingers, so it would definitely work. Oh, that's fantastic. And that's like a cocktail style ring, but with a bit of a difference, isn't it?
You could use it as a scarf ring as well. If you give it a frame and give it a ring at the back, and then you could loop it through your scarf as well.
Perfect seasonal piece of jewellery.
Could make it, it might be a bit big, but you could make a gent's tie pin from it, but it would be a bit big.
I think it might be a bit like... But
could be.
I don't know. It's quite. They're quite gem heavy. You're getting 990 carats. So that means
a bit too heavy then.
And there's 9, so that means you've got. Am I right in saying you've got 110 carats on every single gemstone? Yeah, that's right.
Blimey.
Wow. So over 100 carats on each gemstone. I'm thinking that might be a bit weighty for a tie pin. Oh, how about a brooch though?
Yep.
Yeah. You can do the detailing with your wire work. And the fuchsia tones, again, tend to lend themselves to quite a lot of different metallic tones, so the silvers, the golds, and the sort of antique style colours.
I like the one, well, on our screen here, I like the one, it's got like the rings of a tree.
Oh, this one. No, this one. Is it that one?
Yes.
Yes. Do you know what? It's funny you say that, because the one it's next to actually looks like the what do you call it? The trunk, a tree trunk, doesn't it? That's the way I see it. Let's get our price on screen. Oh, look at this one. While we're going down the tree route, look at these. They almost look like sort of dendritic inclusions. It almost looks like the branches of a tree. Quite subtle. Look at that. Can't see it because of my big fingerprint. That's useful. 990 carats of fuchsia agate here for $12.95. Do you know what? The other thing about these is massive faceted faces on the gemstone, so you do get that fantastic sparkle, that little bit of lustre there. Look at that. Love that. That looks like, you know, tie-dye. You used to do tie-dye on a t-shirt at school. Yeah. That's the kind of banding that you've got on that gemstone. Yeah, didn't you do a tie-dye t-shirt at school? Yeah, that's, well, you know, in like year 2 or something, when you haven't got anything to teach, they're just filling the day. Right, $12.95, bit of tie-dye. I'm joking. I take education more serious than anyone. Ask my daughter. She hates doing homework with her daddy. Right, we're moving on. Here we go. Iolite droplets once again. This time your polish variety. What?
You told me perfectly when she took some drink.
Right. Made of some water go up your nose, Michelle. Okay, 150 carats of highlight here. Once again, you've got those rich violet tones somewhere in between the purples and the blues, so it's going to suit almost everybody's preference in terms of the kind of jewellery they might be looking for. Fantastic elongation in terms of the sizes, because they range from 12 by 6 to 29 by 9, as I say, giving you 150 carats in total. Look at the size of that gemstone there. Again, you've got that almost icicle-like feel to the gemstone, but much greater depth of colour here, of course, from your iolite. Fantastic violet tones. And as usual, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Top quality iolite we can source for you here at JewelleryMaker. And again, you could do that little briolette wrapping, the little Wags Y-cone setting for your gemstones. Let's have a look at our current price for this strand, because we are going to give you an exclusive reduction. Currently available for $14.95 for 150 carats. Already an incredible price point, but we're about to take it down to a clearance price for the last in stock, and that means it is a first come, first serve opportunity here at JewelleryMaker. So the first people to come through on our free phone number, or of course via JewelleryMaker.com, can add this to their order, and right now for $8.95. Wasn't expecting that to go under £10. $8.95, amazing for gorgeous iolite. I've always found that iolite is very, very popular with gemstone collectors. I used to be a producer on our sister channel on Gems TV, and I can tell you I've sold iolite jewellery for 3-figure sums, set into sterling silver previously, so that gives you the exact same opportunities to achieve those higher price points working with a gemstone that will be attracting attention from people who are knowledgeable about gemstones, people who are collectors, but also because you've got that beautiful blend of the blues and the purples, you know it's going to attract a lot of attention, because those are the favourite colour tones for most people investing in gemstone jewellery. 150 carats of iolite. As always, I have to warn you, if you're placing items in your basket, you need to check out to avoid disappointment. We've actually got a queue on the phone lines. I don't know which of our deals people are phoning up for, because we've got about a 2-minute queue on the phone line. So if you're getting it placed in your basket, check out, otherwise you're going to miss out. Christina has texted through to say, "Hi Liam, have I just won Jan's suite of jewellery? If so, thank you so much. I never normally win anything." That's from Christina McKeown. McKeown? Is that McKeown? Yeah, I've pronounced it correctly. No, I'm joking. You are the winner, Christina. So well done, Christina in County Antrim. Yeah, Jan's suite of jewellery heading your way. We're going to set another question very, very soon, so don't panic. We'll give you more opportunities to win. But before that, it's Star Buy time. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another Star Buy, and on this occasion it's a wholesale bundle but featuring one gemstone, so it's going to be very coherent in terms of the jewellery you can create. You don't have to use them together, of course, but I think the idea is that we give you the same gemstone but in a variety of different cuts and shapes, so that means that you can create a very cohesive suite of jewellery yourself. And I have to say, these shapes are very, very useful, because you've got the trilliant cut tiger's eye, the ovals and the plain rounds. So I'll show you these. Love tiger's eye. Once again, quite a subtle optical effect that you get from the gemstone, so it will attract attention but it won't overpower your design. The trilliant cuts are 10mm in size. You've got over 100 carats on that strand alone. Then you've got your ovals, and these are 10 by 8mm in size, again over 100 carats. And then you've got your 3mm round. They are going to be perfect for so many different designs. And don't want to upset Michelle too much, but there's more cabochons in this collection as well. So we've got your teardrop shape in terms of your golden tiger's eye, all golden tiger's eye in this design, perfect for the autumn months, of course. And then you've got this beautiful round cabochon. This is 30mm in size. That's actually a 30 carat gemstone all on its own. So I'm just thinking for wire workers or soutache designers, framing the round cabochon with the 3mm rounds, I mean, that's just perfect, isn't it? That's a match made in heaven. And I've just heard the price from here. If you created a pendant using those gemstones, you'd probably make your money back for the entire bundle. It's going to work out at £3 per piece here as part of this particular collection. Golden tiger's eye here in your rounds, your ovals, your trillions, and 2 tiger's eye cabochons, all for a star buy price. This is a wholesale deal this evening. It's only available for the next 60 minutes, so I hope you're already on the phone lines. We are very, very busy tonight. Let's have a look at the price point for this particular star buy deal. $14.95. Less than £15 for 5 individual tiger's eye items. So that works out at £3 per strand, £3 for your cabochons, $14.95 for all of this tiger's eye, and you're getting 285 carats of tiger's eye for $14.95. That's incredible.
Got lovely chatoyancy in those as well.
Yeah, fantastic, isn't it? Especially in the cabochons, because you've got the larger surface area, you can really make the most of the optical effect that you get there. Look at that.
Now that set in gold wire would look lush.
Works out at 5p per carat for your tiger's eye on this deal. It's incredible, isn't it? So you'd set that into gold wire.
I would set that into gold wire, yeah.
And that makes the most of the chatoyancy, because then you can sort of play on, you can mirror the optical effect in the wire work itself. And all of the shapes are going to work together, because you've got your trillions, your ovals, your rounds, and you've got 2 variations in your cabochons. Again, if you're placing this in your basket, check out now to avoid disappointment. We only have a very, very limited number on this particular bundle, so you need to be on the phone lines early. You need to be taking advantage of these deals as quickly as possible. We're going to move on. Coming up at the top of the hour is, oh yes, the jump ring deal. These are the rose gold and the yellow gold together, is that correct? Look at this. Now, I would never claim to be as talented as Michelle, but I do like a bit of chainmail. This is a discipline that you're
I love chainmail.
Very talented at, yes.
Yes.
And so these jump rings are coming up at the top of the hour, perfect for your chainmail designs. I suppose jump rings are an essential item, but focus a little bit on chainmail when we bring you that deal in about 20 minutes time. And of course, we will be setting a question so that you can win a prize this evening at around about that time as well. We're going to move on. Wow, this is a price avalanche. We're going to start with Larimar, one of the most prestigious and sought after gemstones on the planet, particularly for high-end jewellery collectors. This is not a gemstone you're going to see every day on the high street. We actually struggle to bring it to you here at the Genuine Gemstone Company on a regular basis.
I have 2 of those.
You've got some of these, have you, Michelle?
I have 2 of those at home.
So why did you go for Larimar?
Oh, because blue's my favourite colour anyway.
Right.
And I've set them. I had them as a DI as well, as a challenge on a DI.
Right.
But I also bought 2 strands, and I set them in just a very simple necklace with loops either side in gold wire. They were lush.
I suppose when you've got a gemstone that is as sought after and rare as this, you can afford to be a little bit more minimalistic in your detailing, if you like, because the gemstone, you want the gemstone to do the talking, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. It's also one of my mother-in-law's, I would say one of her favourite stones, because she likes tiger's eye and a couple of other stones. I can't say too much because Christmas is coming.
Okay,
so I can't say too
let's move away, step away from the Larimar designs. 75 carats of Larimar here, and I'm guessing your mother-in-law has visited Caribbean locations in the past, is that?
Well, she's probably been everywhere.
There you go then. Because this is a very Caribbean gemstone. It's generally sourced in the Dominican Republic, and the kind of price points you have to pay in these locations are incomparable to the wholesale price points we can provide you here at JewelleryMaker. Gems of distinction strand, they range in size from 8x7 to 12x11mm in size for 75 carats. Okay, fair enough. I shouldn't be shocked anymore, should I? I've been presenting for a year. The only reason that sometimes I'm taken aback by the price points is because when I held my previous role on JewelleryMaker, I was up in the office, I was managing the team down here in the studio, and so I was never really in tune with the kind of carat weights we were bringing for the price points. No. Because I was having a broader overview of the channel itself. The last time I sold Larimar was when I was a producer on Gems TV, and I've told this story before. I actually produced the first ever launch that this channel, this company ever did a Larimar. It didn't even last a whole hour. Every single item sold out within 45 minutes. So to bring you 75 carats for $29.95, astounding. We're now going to bring you, ooh, now this is what you think of when you talk about amethyst. All about the colour tone here. I mean, they are huge. They range in size from a 13x8, that's the smallest variety, up to 25x15. You've got quite a unique style of faceting on these, which is bringing out that sparkle, that lustre rather. But for me, it's all about the colour tone. This is amethyst purple. That's how I would describe this colour tone. Michelle's agreeing, I like that.
Yeah, that strand's coming home with me, because when you put it down, I should be going to get it.
There you go. Five-finger discount for Michelle, I reckon, tonight. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, look at this. I mean, again, I know we use this reference quite a lot, but it really does look like those paparazzi flashes, doesn't it? It looks like there's a load of cameras going on. We've got to bring the price on screen. There are so many people flying through for this one. I told you we were going to be busy tonight. $27.95 for 240 carats. Not enough. Just imagine, let's just take one at random, not the largest one. Let's just see this. This gemstone here. Gorgeous saturation of colour, beautifully faceted. I love the combination between they're sort of irregular triangular shaped facets, aren't they? So they're not all the same shape, so it gives you that sort of delicate sparkle. Now if you take that one gemstone, for a start, quite a bit of clearance between the drill hole and the tip of the gemstone, so you know you can be confident in the way that you want to design with this gemstone. If you just create a very simple bail, put that onto a chain, on the high street, you probably expect to pay around about £30–40 for that piece of jewellery, wouldn't you? Yeah. Based on the carat weight you're receiving? Actually, you'd be hard pushed to get this kind of carat weight, probably. Even at a craft fair, if you saw that, and if you've used sterling silver chain, sterling silver wire to create the bail, £30 seems a perfectly reasonable price point to me, based on the carat weight and the faceting, especially the colour tone. And that's the kind of design that will sell. You know, lots of people take a huge array of jewellery. They do take their showcase pieces, of course, because it attracts attention to their stall, but these are the items that sell. Yeah. The items that people are comfortable investing in because they know the gemstone, they can see the quality. You're going to make your money back off one gemstone, in my view. $27.95 for 240 carats. It's flying out the door. We understand why, because it's probably the gemstone that has more awareness than any other gemstone. Just look at that colour tone. Exceptional. Could easily have been set into 9-carat gold for our sister channel, Gems TV. Looks like that's going to be a sell-out deal, so we're going to move on.
Can't be a sell-out deal because I want one.
Oh, we've got 2 remaining, actually. We're going to move on. Sorry. Oh, is this turquoise? Got the big boys coming out to play now. Larimar, Amethyst, now turquoise. This, for me, is probably the most requested gemstone here at JewelleryMaker. Every single day we'll receive an email from someone saying, have you got any turquoise? People particularly intrigued by natural turquoise because, you know, the reconstituted varieties are a bit of a compromise. I accept that. The price points always reflect that. This is the real deal. This is as Mother Nature intended it. Natural turquoise. I always thought that turquoise was popular because of its sort of history, its legacy. I thought people were aware of it because of its sort of journey, if you like. But is there another reason that your customers have suggested to you why turquoise is so sought after? Because it's really popular.
I think just purely for its rarity, because it doesn't come along very often. You don't see it in big quantities of carat weights either. So when it does come along, it sells really quickly. Something that I would set with sterling silver, and you would ask a premium price for. You wouldn't set it with silver plate, although silver plate is a nice,
it's a nice finish.
Thing, but for me, it would have to be sterling silver, most definitely. Yeah.
No, I agree. As I say, lots and lots of requests for this gemstone. One of the reasons that we find it difficult to get hold of is that, well, to be honest, the big boys snap it up. And we are one of the biggest gemstone buyers in the world at the Genuine Gemstone Company, but you know, the very prestigious designers hold a little bit of gravitas. When they approach a mine owner and they say, we want every single piece of turquoise that you've pulled out of the ground in the last 6 months, they get it. And they're prepared to pay those prices because they base whole collections around this gemstone. We have managed to source natural turquoise for you, faceted rondelles ranging from 5x3 to 10x5, 60 carats in total, but only for the first people that get involved. So congratulations if you're already placing this in your basket. $24.95, that's less than 50p a carat for turquoise. Natural turquoise, the real McCoy, for less than 50p a carat. You would be hard pushed to source this from another supplier at lower price points. And I have to say, if you are trying to get hold of turquoise for more competitive prices elsewhere, beware. There's a lot of imitation turquoise on the open market, particularly on the internet, and you don't really know what you're getting. This has been lab tested. Each and every strand here at JewelleryMaker lab tested to ensure it is exactly what we say it is. 60 carats of natural turquoise right now for $24.95. We will move on because we've got a lot of deals to bring you. And we're now going to bring you a bit of a niche tool. This is perfect for so many different designers, particularly if you're doing your metal stamping, or maybe you like to include a little bit of metal work in your designs. This will allow you to create your own blanks, for example. I don't need to open this one because we've got an open sample, so there we go. Thank you, Pete. Perfect. There you go. Still managed to get oil all over my hands. Well done, Ed. So you literally put your sheet of metal on top of this, give it a little bang, and you'll cut out your shape. Really, really useful. I know that sort of Gemma Crow, for example, was over the moon when we brought these into stock because they'll fly out the door. You get the 7 individual sizes, perfect for creating pendant blanks or what have you. Just so you know, for transport reasons, when it arrives, it will have a coating of oil on top of it. You can just wipe it off with a towel, it won't be a problem. It won't stain or anything, it's just oil to make sure it doesn't tarnish while it's being transported. Shouldn't anyway, because of the quality that you get here. Don't forget, it doesn't matter how heavy your order is, 1 P&P per day. I know for a fact that some of our expert designers who've been designing jewellery for even longer than we've existed have paid a pretty penny to get these kind of items into their collection, and they've also had to pay for sort of P&P based on the weight. Yeah. So they're a little bit like you, Michelle, when I launched these, because they're a bit like, oh right, you've got them now, have you? And I've had to pay £40 for mine and £10 in P&P. Have a look at our price point. $19.95, so half the price that some of our expert designers have paid, and of course 1 P&P per day. So if it's an addition to your order,
yeah,
you're laughing.
I've just started. I'm trying to learn different techniques, and I've just started playing with the EF colour, the little pot that you use with the candles.
Absolutely.
And they would be really ideal for the. I've got sort of sheets of metal to do.
You just get the metal, bang out your shape, and then put the F colour on there.
Yeah.
You're laughing.
Ideal, yeah.
I've even seen the F colour applied to everyday items like a washer out your kitchen and stuff like that. Yeah, but it totally gives it a different look, doesn't it? Yeah. Fantastic idea, actually. If you're getting into your F colours, I personally think that metal stamping is something that all jewellery designers, particularly if you're frequenting craft fairs, is a good idea, because you can always individualise your pieces of jewellery, you can always personalise them, and I know nobody will believe this of me, it's noisy. I like being noisy. It attracts attention to you. And of course, if you're banging away at the craft fair and people can hear that, they're going to come over to your store first, aren't they?
I wouldn't think anybody in this world would think you were noisy yet.
I'm not, am I?
No,
I'm a shrinking violet.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on, another deal to bring you, and it comes in the form of a reel of wire. So, do you see that? That's a bit of flaring from the big dog. 0.4 mil silver wire here, 100 metres. Just to be clear, it is silver coloured wire, and you've got the 0.4 mil gauge, 100 metres. Let's have a look at our price point. An essential for, well, it seems like over half our audience are actually wire workers, so we know this is going to be a popular item, especially at $14.95 for 100 metres. If you want to get involved in this deal, we know how popular the silver tone is, and we know how popular 0.4 mil is. Probably one of those essential gauges, isn't it? 0.4 and 0.8, I hear, are the two gauges you've got to have in stock.
I sort of float between 0.4 and 0.25.
Right, okay.
Between my designs, because I use 0.25 not only for wrapping but for crochet, whereas I would use 0.4 really for wrapping over crochet. It's a bit too.
Yeah, so you do your weaving with your 0.4 and your crocheting with your 0.25, but at that price, it's amazing.
It's a bargain.
Yeah, absolute bargain. Especially, as I say, if you've taken advantage of any of the other deals that we have brought you since 5 PM, then for me, and add it to your order price, particularly for all the wire workers. I've got people buying 2s and even 3s of this particular wire. I'm just going to let everybody know we're trying to make space in our warehouse. We're bringing the wire to you on screen. I don't know when our next wire delivery arrives, so it could be before Christmas, but if it isn't and the silver wire sells out, I don't know what you're going to do.
Be stuck.
Probably get hold of it now.
I've run out of 0.4 mil wire as well.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
You could have done with not being on tonight's show.
Could have done with being not here, couldn't I? Yeah.
Okay, we're moving on. We've got another deal to bring you.
Rub it in, Ed. Rub it in.
17, yeah? Here we go. The clear quartz faceted nuggets. Now, these are going to make a huge impact again. They're almost making me think of sort of seasonal designs, winter style designs, just because they look icy. But
yeah, see again, Christmas for me, Christmas tree. But I'd also put one in a dream catcher and have it on the window.
Oh, now you're talking Sam's language. I'll take up Sam. Loves making dream catchers and wind chimes, things like that.
Get your fairy lights.
Yeah.
And then just sort of interspace them within your fairy lights and put them around your tree, and then the light would come. Oh, lush!
That's a great idea.
Yay!
That is such an innovative idea, because of course you want to be able to express yourself. If you're a creative thinker, if you're a designer, an artiste, then you want to be able to express yourself all the time, not just in your jewellery designs. And so that's a fantastic idea. You could just intersperse these on your Christmas tree lights, and then you get that dispersion of light all around the room. I love that idea. They are pretty ornamental pieces, aren't they? They're quite high impact. They're statement carat weights, and for me, ticking both boxes, because you get an organic feel from the irregularity, but quite a high-end finish because they have been faceted. You can see that the lapidus has played his hand in these.
Oh, you see, now
you can see the cogs turning, Michelle.
Yeah,
What's going on?
Because I'm redecorating my bedroom at the moment, and my husband and I got married in December. But we had our honeymoon in New York, so we've got very much black and white themed and New York style wallpaper. They would look lovely with the curtains I've got as part of a tie back.
Yes.
So you would use them, not a whole strand, but you would just use probably one as a tie back.
I like it.
Two.
It's interesting actually, because the second you've seen this strand, you started to think about alternative uses because of the larger carat weights, because of those sort of statement facets, if you like.
Exactly.
And that's where it's taken Michelle. But what are you going to do with this strand? The nuggets themselves range in size from 14 by 10 to 20 by 12, $11.95 for over 500 carats. That is absolutely incredible. The price point's awesome, and that's why we've got so many people getting involved on this particular deal. 580 carats for $11.95, and add it to your order price because of the statement they will make within your designs or around your home. Maybe you've been inspired by some of Michelle's suggestions there, and of course Sam, our Tech Up, regularly advocates the use of these kind of items within wind chimes, dream catchers, those kind of deals. We're going to move on, and this time more uniform shape, but you still get lots of detail, lots of interest from the inclusions on these crackled quartz. Love this. It's basically like a rainbow style strand, isn't it? Because you've got every colour here. Love it. You've got reds. So Richard of York gave battle
in vain.
In vain? Well, that's in vain. Yeah.
Indigo
Perfect.
and violet.
Vein is violet, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm saying
Indigo.
that's more of an indigo tone because we've got the green there.
Possibly.
Well, it's more of a chromed dioxide green,
Yeah,
but
it
we
is,
haven't
I
got
would
indigo
say.
there.
No, you haven't got indigo there.
We made it for the indigo by including more of an emerald green.
Fluorite green.
Yeah. Like it.
Yeah.
So you've got your pastel green and your vibrant green tone. You've got the red tone, which is more of a pomegranate colour. You've got the violet tone, maybe more of a lavender. You've got your buttercup yellow, and you've got your orange as well. So perfect combination of colours there, something for every jewellery design. And actually, hold on, there's no pink in a rainbow.
There isn't.
But we've got you pink as well. So you got your femininity as well. More colours than you find in a rainbow. That's the one. There you go. And these are quite distinctive because not only are they a bit of an alternative shape, they've got your tube shape, they're 60 by 8 mil, but also those crackled inclusions which will give you that little play of light, that little point of interest. Over 200 carats on this strand, and here comes your price point. Another add it to your order price on this particular strand of just $9.95 for over 200 carats of multicoloured crackled quartz. And when we say multicoloured, we have literally got something for every possible design. Now these I can see being set into tie clips actually, Michelle. If you think.
Yes, but I was actually thinking of my niece.
Yes, the
Christmas,
youngsters love the multicoloured strands.
School holidays are coming. In macrame.
Yes.
She'd love
Great
them.
idea.
She would love them. Definitely. She would make stretchy bracelets out of them, I think. Although I have just been looking for memory wire, and I would probably take some memory wire coils, and I wouldn't thread them onto the coil. What I would do is I would thread them in between the coils.
Right, so they would sit, again would form a sort of frame for the gemstone.
Yeah, so they would sort of sit in between.
Yeah.
You can't really see that very well, but that's probably what I would do.
Are we able to see that at all? Yeah, if you pass us the coils, I'll show everybody.
Yeah.
I bet I can do it easier with the tube actually, can't I?
Yeah, so I would have sort of 4 coils.
Yep.
And then I would set them that way.
Ah, so it would hold them in place. Yeah. That's a great idea. Oh, I'll hold them. So Michelle is saying to place this in between them, like, so it's lengthways.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Okay, we were intending to bring you another deal this hour because Michelle and I both fell in love with this strand. We haven't got time, so we're going to give you a clearance price on this one. Told you things were going to be a little bit silly tonight. $6.95, a clearance price this evening. $6.95 for over 200 carats. And when you think about the design opportunities, even if this just keeps your kids quiet for one day of the half term, that's $6.95 I'm happy to invest. Trust me. $6.95 for over 200 carats of multicoloured crackled quartz. A must-have for all jewellery designers. We've got to move on, I'm afraid, because it is now time to bring you another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and time for another star buy. This is a wholesale deal, perfect for, well, it's an essential finding really, because this is the most traditional way to attach your clasps to your designs, of course, but for both myself and I'm guessing Michelle, when I see jump rings I think of chainmail designs. Is that the case for you as well, Michelle?
Yeah, pretty much, definitely.
I love jump rings. I love chainmail because I think, basically, even if you're not really confident in the finish that you're able to create, and you're not, you know, really talented like Michelle, and you're a bit more of a beginner like me, you always get a uniform finish using chainmail. It always looks very intricate. It always looks like a lot of work's gone into it. But actually, it's quite simple technique, really, as long as you spend a little bit of time opening all your jump rings. It's quite easy. Basically, if I can do it, anyone can do it. So that's, I'm not saying that to be self-deprecating, I'm saying that because I'm rubbish at jewellery making, but my chainmail designs always look amazing. Okay.
You won't be able to get out that door in a minute.
Oh, they've already widened the door frames. They know what I'm like, Michelle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We've already had to deal with that months ago. You get 20 rose gold plated jump rings. These are all sterling silver as your base metal, so high-end base metal even. And then we've added further value to the look on this finding by plating it in gold. So rose gold plated sterling silver jump rings. These are 9mm in size. You get 20 of those. And then you're getting your yellow gold plated jump rings. Again, sterling silver as your base metal. But you get 50 of these. These are slightly smaller. The larger rose gold ones were 9mm. These are 7mm in size, but 50 of these in total. So you could easily create a chainmail piece of jewellery using just this collection, although I'm thinking these are probably an addition to your jump ring collection. Maybe the way that you're going to finish your designs, because they're the rose gold plated sterling silver. And we might see a little bit of chainmail from Michelle later on in the evening. It depends how much pressure we put her under, because we're already at the halfway point of the show. And she's designing over there. She's got lots of jewellery already created. So you've got 20 of the 9mm rose gold plated jump rings and 50 of the yellow gold plated sterling silver jump rings, which are 7mm in size. So these are the two variations you've got there. You like that, producer Liam? It's only taken me a year, but I've worked out how to use tweezers. I'm not going to say that I have, because the second I try to pick something up later in the show, I'm going to blind Pete on cameras, and everyone's like, he doesn't know how to use. Okay, so this is going to be a 33% saving on this deal.
You could get a bracelet with that, with those jump rings you have there, and you'd have 10 left over. So you would have to interspace them with gems, because each one of those Byzantine links hold 10s. So each one of those holds 10 jump rings.
Okay.
So with 70 jump rings, there's 60 there. You would be able to get a bracelet if you intersperse them.
She's a genius. I love this woman. Okay, have a look at this. Chainmail design already created by Michelle, using the Lavender Amethyst Bicones we saw at the start of the show, or in the first hour of the show. And so you'd have 10 jump rings left over if you created this design. I love that. I've done that weave before.
It's nice and easy.
Yeah, I love it. Because there's a bit of a dynamic to it. It's quite interesting, but actually it's not that difficult to achieve. No. But as always, if I can do it, you can do it. That is just a blanket rule here at Jewellery Maker. If Ed can do it, anyone can do it. $11.95 is your star buy price point. Don't forget, this is gold-plated sterling silver. Now, we've talked a little bit over the last few months about the slight problem that we're having in the industry of sourcing new deposits of gold. This is not just a Jewellery Maker issue. In fact, it's going to have far larger implications for the jewellery industry as a whole, of course, because they're more reliant on sourcing gold. So anytime we can bring you gold-plated sterling silver, you need to be flying in on the phone lines. This should normally cost you $18.90. But tonight, $11.95. Massive saving on your jump rings. I've made a a chainmail bracelet that only used 50 jump rings actually, Michelle. Yeah, and my grandmother received it for Christmas. She gets a lot of jewellery actually, my grandmother, now I come to think of it.
Lucky grandmother. Or is she lucky to have you as a grandson?
No, wouldn't be here without her, would I? So
well, very true.
We're all lucky she's here, really, otherwise this bad boy wouldn't be on screen. $11.95. I'm messing around. Don't hold it against me. Yeah, so 70 gold-plated jump rings there. Sterling silver is your base metal, all for $11.95. Time to set another competition question. And you know what that means. I hope you've been watching closely because these questions are going to start to get a little bit more challenging. But 3 lucky winners are going to receive a suite of jewellery that's been created by one of our guest designers here on The Late Show. So let's set the question. Before we go to our next break, what colour was Pete's shirt at the start of the show? So what colour was Pete's top at the start of the show? This is Pete, in case you're thinking, who's Pete? This is Pete. I take out. This is what he's wearing now, but that's not what he was wearing at the start of the show. He was on screen.
I've changed.
Yeah, Pete, you've changed. Yes, not what he's wearing now, what he was wearing at the start of the show. We did warn you you'd have to watch from 5 PM so you'd know the answers to the show. So what colour was Pete's top? My producer just said he's already received an answer, so that person has won. Because the first 3 people to text in will receive a suite of jewellery. So send your answer along with your customer number and your name to either 60777 on the text or at JewelleryMaker.com in our text box. That will come through to producer Lee, and the first 3 answers we receive will get a suite of jewellery made by our designers, and we will announce the winners after this.
Join resident designer Sheila for our Bridal Headwear for Beginners DVD. Sheila will guide you through an array of beautiful bridal designs, including a pearl tiara, the star hair cone, a twisted spiral tiara, and much more. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting Paula McKay accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company. Come and join guest designer Fiona on our resin workshop. Fiona will guide you through designing with resin and building techniques such as using resin to make cold connections, using wire, creating bezels, and using other mediums to create colour and texture. The full course includes resin and epoxy enamelling hardener, a bead scoop, a selection of different gauged wire, a selection of alcohol inks, glitters, gilding flakes and Angelina fibres, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, the Gem Museum, and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
I like working with Cabochons because it's a very mobile craft. I can take it with me to various different places and work on it on the go. It's got endless patterns that you can create with lots of varied materials which JewelleryMaker sell in abundance. So things like our satin cords and waxed cords, but we can use ribbons and wire as well. And I like the product because that it's sort of something that all ages can do. So from the very young, my children enjoy making Cabochon braids, right through to people who might have some sorts of dexterity problems, because it's very easy, there's nothing heavy to move, and you get into a real zone of sort of peaceful tranquility while doing it, and it just takes you to another place and you just get lost in the moment of making Cabochon.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. We are having a very exciting giveaway evening, in fact, because we've already given away 6 pieces of jewellery and we're about to give away 3 more. Basically, you have to watch the show because the questions all relate to incidents that happen within the show. We set a question just before the break and 3 lucky winners are about to receive a suite of jewellery created by one of our expert designers. The question we set was, what colour was Pete's top at the start of the show? Pete's one of our tech ops this evening and a prominent member of the team. In fact, as I say, he's probably on screen more than I am. And the answer to the question, there he is, look at him, can't get enough of it. We can show you the answer, in fact. Here is Pete right at the start of the show. So he's wearing a navy blue top. It might have looked black on screen, but we did reference it quite heavily that it was navy blue to give you a little bit of a hint. And we received lots and lots of correct answers. So congratulations to everybody that got it right. But let's find out who was lucky enough to win. The first 3 answers we received were Janet. She didn't put her location, but she did have her customer numbers, and that's all you need. So Janet, you have been successful. Claire in Bristol and Bertha in Colorado. She's going to be sending a suite of jewellery over to Bertha in Colorado. That's good. We always get excited because, of course, we're a global company, and it's encouraging that we have so many regular viewers from around the world. We've got viewers on the continent, viewers in the States who regularly get involved with the Late Show. I suppose we're the morning show over there, I guess. So number 8. So this is going to head over to Janet. I don't know where you are, Janet, but if you want to text in with your location, then feel free. We'll give you another little shout out. So here comes the suite of jewellery that will be heading its way to you. Hannah Osborne put that together on, I think it was a Sunday evening actually, if I remember rightly. So Hannah put that suite together and that's heading its way to Janet. And now picks the next winner, or the next prize I should say, because the winner already is Claire in Bristol and you are going to get suite number 19. Don't forget, 30 suites of jewellery going to give away over tonight and tomorrow's show. This was put together by Gemma Crow. Very talented designer, of course, and she put together this suite of jewellery, and that's heading over to Bristol, to Claire. And then let's pick one that's going to go to Bertha, all the way in Colorado. This is heading over to the States, so across the pond to Bertha. Number 10. Mark Smith's Paracord collection. Fantastic. So the Paracord collection that Mark put together, that was actually on the Paracord launch day. And so that's heading over to you in Colorado, Bertha. There you go. That's very sturdy jewellery. I know how sturdy the Paracord is because it held my weight when I jumped out of a plane. That's where the Paracord was designed. It was designed for parachutes, but now it has applications in jewellery design. There you go. Yeah, actually, do you know what? We're yet to upload my video of my parachute jump, so we'll put that on Facebook after the weekend as well. We're going to move on though, don't worry. Still more opportunities to win prizes coming up later in the show. And we're going to start with this fantastic strand of citrine. Actually, do you know what? This is reminiscent of the amethyst we had in the previous hour of the show. Over 250 carats of citrine here. Gorgeous saturation of colour. Rich golden tones, kind of colour tones you would associate with top grade citrine, the gemstone of happiness, and of course next month's birthstone. Actually, do you know what? Go beautifully with the amethyst. Purples and golds go well together, don't they?
Yep.
Oh, now I like that combination.
Oh, lovely.
Mother Nature doesn't think it's too bad, because of course she does create ametrine, doesn't she? Again, very similar faceting that you had on that amethyst strand we saw earlier, and as a result, fantastic sparkle, fantastic play of light on the surface of a gemstone. These are elongated pear-shaped drops. They range in size from 18 by 12 to 28 by 17, as I say, giving you over 250 carats. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, and I think when you see the carat weights, the level of faceting and the saturation of colour, you'll understand why it's such a prestigious strand. But we're still going to offer you a price reduction this evening. So currently this is available on our website for $44.95, but the carat weights are huge on each and every gemstone. I would say each and every gemstone is probably going to be used as the focal point of a design. So these are the kind of items that again will elevate you onto that next level and allow you to achieve those higher price points. $44.95 any other day for 255 carats of gorgeous citrine, probably some of the highest quality citrine we've ever sourced here at JewelleryMaker. But we're not staying there. We're going to take this down to a clearance price this evening. Now, anytime you see a reduction on the show, it's only ever available for 60 minutes, so it's important that you react instantly. We've just put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket tonight. Look at the way that citrine is sparkling. All thanks to the lapidary work there. Very distinctive facets that have been placed on the surface of each citrine there. 255 carats for $39.95. Absolutely unbelievable price point and fantastic quality. These are the kind of gemstones that once again will help you to achieve those higher price points. We're going to move on, and actually we'll give you an opportunity to own those faceted amethyst droplets that we just saw. Again, fantastic consistency of colour, beautifully faceted to enhance Mother Nature's hard work there. Look at that, again, you've got that fantastic sparkle. 65 carats in total. The actual droplets themselves range in size from 11 by 7 to 15 by 8, so quite a subtle graduation in the sizes, perfect for matching sets of jewellery, for example. I think amethyst pretty much speaks for itself. More people are going to be aware of this gemstone than any other. This is the gemstone people might actually be looking for in the craft fairs. Would you go along with that, Michelle?
It's probably one of the first gemstones that, you know, somebody will come up to me and ask, well, have you got any amethyst? Because it probably is not only probably the most commonly known stone, but probably one of the most popular, along with smoky quartz, I'd have said.
Oh, okay, interesting. Actually, again, smoky quartz, great combination with the citrine and the amethyst, so that could be a consideration if you are trying to attract attention to your designs. Once again, we're going to provide you with an exclusive price reduction on this strand. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, but tonight we're just being a little bit generous, I think. If we're not giving things away, we're providing you with exclusive reductions on high-end gemstones. I would expect to see amethyst of this quality set into 9 carat gold at least on the high street. Wouldn't even expect to see this set into sterling silver. That's the kind of carat weight, clarity and colour tone that you're getting, and when you look at the faceted surface of these gemstones, it's just fantastic, so elegant. Should be $39.95, and that's the price point you will pay in an hour's time. But right now, add it to order for $32.95. Getting it as low as we possibly can for you tonight, giving you every possible penny back in your pocket. And of course, you still have a 30-day money-back guarantee. So there's no risk involved. You can get these home. Make sure they suit your designs. Maybe match them up with different metallic tones, other gemstones. See how perfect they are for your designs. If they're not 100% suitable, you can send them straight back, but I don't think we're going to get too many returns when you see the quality of this amethyst at, what, 50p a carat? Can't be bad. $32.95 is your price point for this amethyst this evening. Beautifully faceted, gorgeous colour tone, but only available at that reduced price for 60 minutes. So get on those phone lines very, very quickly, or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. But as ever, if you place it in your basket, check out to avoid disappointment. We've had a message from one of our lovely customers come through from Bertha in Colorado, one of our lucky winners tonight. It says, "Hi Gem Crew, pancakes and bacon for breakfast, and now this, yay, paracord is very useful in a mountainous state." There you go. So yes, we talked about this, didn't we, on the launch day, how if you were wearing a paracord bracelet and you got in trouble, you could actually unravel it.
Because it's going to go far, isn't it, Ed? It's really going to save her from falling out of a train.
I didn't say it, Mark Smith said it.
Maybe you need a couple of reels of it round your arm, it might save you.
Have you seen his bracelets? They're pretty chunky.
Still, I don't think there will be enough to save you.
Wasn't my suggestion. Mark, text in with your complaints to Michelle. Here we go then. Sodalite stars here. 15mm in size, so again, quite a distinctive size. You could almost get away with using these as flowers, but I think the intention is for them to be used as stars.
Yeah.
But I suppose a little wire work flourish to create a stamen in the centre of the stone might form a more floral shape because you've got the softer edges, but as I say, I think to all intents and purposes they are intended to be 5-point stars, even though they've been classified as flowers. I started saying it and then realised that's how they've been classified. They definitely have more of a star-like feel to me.
I would have said star over flower, certainly, and they were certainly more of a star shape, but I would probably use them in a tree of life design.
Oh, interesting.
So that they would be like you'd have probably a sun and a star and a moon sort of thing, or you know, that sort of, or you may make a wire moon and then have the star just sort of sitting behind it or something like that.
Do you know what? If you want to make loads of profit from the strand, you can just make solitaire rings, couldn't you? And then it's up to other people how they interpret it, whether it's a star or a flower. Put it onto your customer. Perfect, because they are a little bit more sizable, 15mm in size. Perfect as solitaire rings. 200 carats in total of sodalite. You know it's going to go with a huge number of outfits because you get that sort of denim blue tone from sodalite. Very, very attractive, very, very popular. Let's have a look at our price point this evening then for 200 carats of sodalite flowers. They're 15mm in size, under £10 before we've done our price reduction. So already down at $9.95. Polished sodalite flowers or stars for $6.95, and add it to your order price. Unfortunately, we only have a limited number available in stock. They are very, very popular here at JewelleryMaker, so if you want to add these to your order, act now. If you've already got an order up and running, this is an add it to your order price. This is the way to maximise on that 1 P&P per day of just $2.95, taking these down to the clearance price of $6.95 for 200 carats. Can't say fairer than that, can we?
Bargain.
Absolute bargain.
Bargain.
There you go. So dial that free phone number, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. If you do come through to a short queue, don't panic. It's a free phone number. You will be answered in the order in which you dial. And if you are placing it in your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, check out. What's the idea behind placing it in your basket and not checking out? I don't really get it, because you can only miss out. You've only got 59 minutes on the late show.
Yeah.
So I don't really understand. You might as well just check out.
No, well, I would, yeah.
You got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can get it home and then decide.
Does make more sense, I suppose. But I suppose it's always one of those, well, there might be something else that I like as well, and you can't always afford to have two strands.
You're creating your own jeopardy, though, then, because if, like, phone buyers come through, you'll miss out.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, okay, interesting. Moving on. Again, the design concept sort of dealt with on this one strand here. You've got two very complementary gemstones, or complementary varieties, I should say, in terms of your peach moonstone and your white moonstone, and they're just alternating on the strand. So you could just restrand that, really, couldn't you?
I would probably be tempted to strand it as it is. I would probably like the idea of little silver spaces in between them.
Nice, make it go a bit further.
Yeah. What else would I do? See, I think they would look lovely in chainmail as well, but not as we've done there. I would probably use the Byzantine link and create a diamond and set it in the middle. And then you would, and then as it goes up, you probably have another diamond either side with another one side either side, and then it would look lovely.
Yeah, that's nice. And then you're creating the detailing again by framing the gemstone. Like that idea. And of course, you've got the alternating colour tones there as well, so going to prove to be very, very popular. And if you do intend to create a piece of bespoke jewellery for a June baby, this could be the one. We have already established that Moonstone is one of the birthstones for June. Over 200 carats of Moonstone on this particular strand, and you've got your peach moonstone and your white moonstone there, so a great amount of creative scope, faceted to perfection. And here comes your price point.
They would suit cufflinks, Ed.
$11.95 this evening for your Moonstone strand. And as I say, when you're getting two different varieties of the same gemstone on one strand, you know you're onto a winner, particularly when they complement each other so beautifully, because to be honest, that's a bit of a sort of design idea in itself, isn't it?
There's cufflinks there, Ed.
Oh, I was thinking the same thing. I didn't want to labour the point too heavily, but I want cufflinks
there.
No, absolutely. You could even have reversible cufflinks, because you could have a white and a peach, a white and a peach, and then you could wear it either way around.
You could have tie-pin. You could have a tie-pin as well. So what you would do is you would create the tie-pin, have loops at the bottom. So you would have one dangled from the loop, and then you'd have a bit of chain, and they would link together.
Yes, like that. That's a great idea. There you go. Well, my birthstone, so if you feel like it. Okay, 11.95, we're moving on. So 12. Oh, 10, sorry. Misheard. Ooh, here we go. Very, very popular gemstone. Not just utilised by bespoke jewellery makers. This is a gemstone used by some of the biggest designers in the world. Beautiful spinel, black spinel.
Lovely.
I always think that it's prestigious almost for the wrong reason, but it's now prestigious in its own right, because it's often mistaken for more prestigious gemstones. If you think about black spinel, it actually offers you more lustre than a black diamond, so on many occasions it's been mistaken for black diamonds and used in high profile designs. Same as the Black Prince Ruby, for example, which is actually a huge red spinel. And so because spinel has a single refractive index, people tend to think it is different gemstones. So spinel has the same crystal structure as a diamond, so because you get greater luster, people just think it's a black diamond. As a result of these sort of misclassifications and misuse of the gemstone, it's actually the feature gemstone in some of the most prestigious and imperial collections in the world, and therefore it's well known and it holds that gravitas as a result. It has that high-end status as a result. On top of that, we know that jet black gemstones are an essential for jewellery makers, because you've got the neutral colour tone there that will work with any other gemstone, but it brings a level of sophistication, of elegance to your designs that you might not get from other gemstones. That lustre that you get from a beautiful black spinel is often intrinsically linked to elegant evening wear, isn't it? So particularly when you've got top drill drops, easy to create that sort of that piece for the plunging neckline, the matching earring designs. Quite easy to put it together, and you know it's going to have a certain level of sophistication. Gorgeous genuine gemstone here, heavily used by some of the biggest designers in the world, and fantastic graduation of sizes ranging from 10 by 3 to 15 by 5. 100 carats in total from our Gems of Distinction range already. We've got a huge number of people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. Get yourself on the phone line very, very quickly for this deal, because the price point is currently $10.95. We're about to take this to unfathomable lows, but you know how we do it here at JewelleryMaker. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. That allows us to get as close to source as possible. On many occasions we actually buy the mine ourselves, and that means we can offer you price points like this. $6.95 for 100 carats of black spinel. Beautifully polished top drilled droplets as well, so you can really make the most of that luster. You can see the way the light is being reflected off the surface of the gemstone. It's just phenomenal. I mean, look at that. It's almost mirror-like reflection, isn't it?
It's a little back dress gemstone, that is. I would probably have one of those long evening dresses that go all the way down to the ground, that have the plunging back, so they come down in a V, and then I would have it just as a simple gold necklace on the front, but I'd have one of those just delicately going down the lady's spine at the back.
Nice. Yeah. I prefer to show a bit of leg when I'm getting my LBD out, so I probably wouldn't go down to the ground myself, but you know, sit around. $6.95 is your clearance price. It's only available for the next 60 minutes, and a huge number of people placing that in their basket. Probably more people interested in that strand than strands available, so make sure you're checking out. If you're waiting in a queue on the phone lines, stay where you are. I can't guarantee your success, but speak to a member of our help team. We're going to move on, and we're going to bring you another quite dramatic gemstone here. This is your grey cloudy quartz, is that right? Almost, I mean, the clue's in the title really. It literally like storm clouds rolling across the sky. That's the imagery I instantly think of when I look at this gemstone. When you've got this interesting cut where we've hollowed out the centre of the gem, you're also gaining a huge amount of creative scope, because of course you can set gemstones into the centre, or you can make a real feature of that. In fact, it might be a bit of a guide to create your prongs, or in fact, if you can't create prong settings, you can actually wire wrap into the hollowed centre.
I'd set pearls in the middle of that.
Pearls?
White, or like the off-white pearls. That's what I would go for.
That's a lovely combination, isn't it? Because then you're getting a sort of slightly toned down monochrome effect, aren't you? Because the pearls will be slightly off-white. This isn't quite jet black. So you get the same dramatic effect as a monochrome star, but it'll work with more outfits. Exactly. That's the bottom line, isn't it? So again, perfect for ring designs as a result, or earrings, because of course you can have a little bit of movement, and you could have the gemstone suspended in the centre, but with a little bit of adjuration. I like that. 20 by 15 millimetres in size for the rectangles, 260 carats in total, and again, lots and lots of people getting involved. You've got to be quick tonight. Let's have a look at our price point. Under £10 for 260 carats. I mean, they're actually large enough to be used as pendants, I would say.
Yes,
like 20 millimetres.
Yeah.
Or maybe the feature gemstone in an asymmetrical design. Quite like them down one side of a design. That'd look quite cool. All about those variations in the colour tone, that storm cloud grey tone that you get from this gemstone. And under £10, and add it to your order price for your cloudy grey quartz tonight, over 250 carats, and you've got those hollowed centres as well. We're going to leave that one with you, because it is now time to bring you yet another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion we have a very comprehensive findings collection for you. Now this is all the gold coloured findings here. The base metal that you're going to receive on this findings collection is copper, but gold plating, so very high-end finish, very opulent look. You've got your jump rings, you've got your little S-shaped clasps or connectors, depends on how you see them, but they've also got that rope effect finish. We'll show you those straight away, because look at that. Instantly adding interest and character to your designs. I always think they look quite vintage, but actually I've seen them used to great effect in steampunk designs, so quite contemporary as well. So there you go, those are your little S-shaped hooks. You've got your eye pins, and you've got a huge array of jump rings here. How many jump rings do you get? 200 jump rings as part of this deal, wow. So you get 15 of your S-shaped hooks, either clasps or connectors, however you use them. You get 200 7mm gold-plated jump rings, and then you get 100 40mm eye pins. So there you go. That's everything you're going to get. Perfect. So we talked earlier about utilising jump rings within chainmail, but of course they do have sort of uses for all jewellery makers. They are an essential finding, but when you've got 200, maybe if you wanted to experiment with a bit of chainmail, this gives you the opportunity. And also the S-shaped clasps or connectors, which are going to bring extra level of detail into your designs. So lots of very essential findings here, but findings that will add to your design in a number of different ways, by adding detail, by adding intricacy, and of course they're gold plated, so they're going to add value instantly. Actually, Michelle has been working on a suite of jewellery, and you've mostly used gold plated findings over there, it looks like.
Yeah.
A lot of gold. Can we go and have a look at Michelle's jewellery, is that alright?
You've got my
I'm going to jump over.
Earrings.
I love this.
No, it's a photo. I haven't got a photo.
I was going to say, is that a little photo holder? How perfect's that for
anything to put in it?
To put on somebody's desk?
Yeah.
Perfect stocking filler for somebody, isn't it? It looks like a little flower. Then you've got these classic sort of
drop style earrings.
Drop style earrings. Glad you finished off that sentence for me. This is the chainmail brace that we saw earlier. That's my favourite piece that we've seen so far tonight, just because I'm such a fan of chainmail. That is my favourite bracelet. But then, love the introduction of Tiger's Eye as well, because you've done that sort of little spin,
crochet.
Spin sugar.
It's
effect.
crochet.
Ah, so that's the effect that you can create with the crochet and with the wire.
Yeah, because a lot of people just tend to see it in chains. So you just have a chain stitch, so it's a one length.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
I try to use crochet in a different way, and that's
well, because you've used it instead of as a finding, you've used it to create texture, I suppose, in the design.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it goes to show the versatility of your gold findings, because you can put it with these warmer autumnal or earthy colour tones, but you can also use it with the very feminine colour tones, like you can see in my favourite piece, the chainmail bracelet. So this is the finding special. Just use that just to show you how effective gold-plated findings can be within your collection. And we're going to move over now before we bring you our star buy price point. And it works out at 315 pieces of gold-plated copper at 4p per finding.
Blimey.
£11.95 for over 300 pieces of gold-plated copper findings. Your eye pins, your detailed S-shaped clasp. When I say that, it's because of this rope effect metalwork in the centre. I mean, that would be a great way to create a fastening on a bracelet design, wouldn't it? Just a little point of interest, something a little bit special, something you're not going to see on every single design in the craft fair. And so instantly you're creating identifiable pieces of jewellery, maybe almost sort of signature pieces, if you like, and that's what you've got to do. These are quite competitive venues these days, the craft fairs, aren't
there's a lot of craft fairs out there, and you know, a lot of people have taken up the hobby of jewellery making.
Absolutely.
Once the recession hits, they were trying to find a way to make money, and jewellery making was probably the biggest craft that people took up. So you really have to stand out from the crowd.
Well, I suppose, you know, I'm not trying to be, you know, horrible about other crafts, but how much can you really charge for a handmade card?
Wow.
Whereas when you're making a luxury piece of jewellery, it's going to be much easier to achieve the higher price points. That's all I'd say.
Yes.
Because jewellery is a luxury item, whereas other styles of craft are more just to create individuality, aren't they? Whereas this is giving people the opportunity to own things that they might not have the chance to otherwise. I mean, how many people can buy an emerald bracelet, for example? It is quite exclusive. It's not always easy, but of course we did a buy one get one free deal on emerald earlier tonight, so all of a sudden now somebody can create a more affordable piece of jewellery. We've just given you a wholesale deal on your findings as well, so you know, it's quite easy to create more affordable luxury goods. That's what I would say. And that's why jewellery making is so popular, isn't it? We'll leave that one with you at 11.95. Another star buy deal coming up at the top of the hour. A bit of a luxury special because we've put Sapphire and Rainbow Moonstone together to create a very, very special deal. And I have to say, the Rainbow Moonstone is out of this world. The adulorescence that you're going to see is almost the same colour tone as the blues in the sapphire itself. Have a look at this. Look at that. That's exquisite, isn't it? Top quality Rainbow Moonstone and Ceylon blues or Tanzanite blues coming through from the sapphires as well. Probably the sort of flagship variety of sapphire. We are going to move on though, because we've got a lot to get through, and because I've been dilly-dallying, you might find that some of these deals are a little bit limited in terms of how long we spend with them on screen. They'll still be available for 60 minutes on the website, but if you see the clock, start dialing because you've got 60 seconds before we move on to the next deal. Starting with, sorry? Right, here we go. Another essential finding, this time in the form of your earring findings. These are quite statement style findings. They're very, very large, and you get 4 different styles of your earring findings here, and you get 6 pairs of each. Do we have an image of these? Oh, of course we do. Director Bruce would never let me down. So you've got your rectangular shaped ear finding, there's 33 by 13. You've got your round ear finding there, which are 24mm. You've got the little sort of lever arch or ear hook, I think it's called, 37 by 16mm in size, and then you've got your little fish hook shaped ear wire there, 26 by 14mm in size. 24 pairs in total, 4 different styles, only a limited number remaining in stock, and here comes your price point this evening. That's silver plated copper for $6.95. 24 pairs.
Amen.
There you go, the clock's coming. You've got 60 seconds before we move on to our next deal. But they will remain on our website for the next 60 minutes, or while stocks last, of course. Once they run out, we can't leave them on the website. But yes, we will move on in about 40 seconds, but there's just enough time for you to start dialing that free phone number, or click to find out JewelleryMaker.com before we before we move on to our next deal. So add it to your order price, isn't it? Earring findings, which are just $6.95, and they are silver plated. So once again, you get a high-end finish, but you can afford to be a little bit more experimental, maybe, because you're working with a base metal, and they're quite sort of high-impact showcase styles of earring findings. You could easily make sort of everyday earrings out of these.
Well, they hold themselves open. It's like the square ones at the top. I have an idea for a bracelet.
Ah, so no, I like this idea of thinking outside the box when it comes to findings. You don't have to use them as they're intended. This is the beauty of jewellery design. So, oh, hello. My word.
I think that's
rushing me through now, Michelle.
It is, isn't it? Nudge to tell you to get on.
Absolutely. Okay, 10 seconds have gone. I haven't even showed you the items, so get on those phone lines. Have a look at this. Gorgeous level of detailing on this. Once again, I'd almost suggest that this is quite reminiscent of sort of Italian style metalwork, where they've got that beading and those intricacies within the metalwork itself. You've got the copper finish on the surface of the marquise spacer bead, but then you've got sterling silver beadwork there, including the oxidization. So again, perfect for steampunk designs or even vintage looks. I think the oxidization lends itself to. Just $7.95. Another add it to your order item, and you can see it from both different angles there. I can see whether it will enhance your designs. We've got a lot to fit in. That's the only reason we're rushing through these. You are not put under any pressure. Of course, you've got 60 minutes to make a decision, and 30 days before you make your final decision. So don't worry about anything. Coming up, in about an hour's time, so not long to wait before our final star buy of the evening, our superstar buy, this gorgeous bead scoop. 2 variations in the colours that you'll receive. You've got your feminine shades from the pinks and the purples, and then you've got the more aquatic colours, that's how I describe them, in terms of the blues and the greens. So don't forget, you don't have to pick one of these. They've been bundled together in one bead scoop, and it is going to be available at a superstar buy price. Any time I've put a bead scoop on air, it's sold out. So that's just an indication of how popular the bead scoops are. I suppose it's all down to the variations that you receive. You never know what you're going to receive, so that's exciting in itself. Becomes a bit of a design brief, but also
it's very much a challenge.
Yeah.
Get a bead scoop, and you challenge your mind in a different way.
Right.
Because you don't have no. You think if you buy a strand, you're already thinking before that strand's arrived, well, I could do that and I could do this. Right. You get a bead scoop, you don't know what's coming. So you challenge yourself, and I find that it stretches you further. Your mind.
You're always going to learn more about yourself as a designer if you take yourself outside your comfort zone and almost set yourself a bit of a design brief. I think the bead scoops do that, but you also know, because you get such a huge array of gemstones, you're going to find something in there that you love as well.
Exactly.
Trust me, the price point is unbelievable. Make sure you're on the phone lines early. I don't want anybody to miss out on that deal. We're going to move on, and we're going to bring you a collection of gemstones from the Gem Collector range. So these are calibrated gemstones, and some of the most sought after gemstones on the planet, in fact. This is only featured on the show twice before this evening. We're already down to limited availability. When you see the quality of the gemstones, you'll understand why. So let's have a look. We've got beautiful Amethyst. See that? One of our most popular gemstones. Very traditional colour tone there from your Amethyst, and that's a 6mm calibrated round cut. Then you've got chrome diopside. I mean, my word, if you come along to Michelle's workshop and learn how to create a prong setting, set that into a ring design, I can't even imagine the valuation you're going to receive on that one. Then you've got a white topaz, again another very popular gemstone, very prominent on the high street designs, and therefore it tends to attract a lot of attention. Then this is really interesting garnet that you've got here, a mandarin garnet, almost the same as that sort of Tulele variety that Steve was talking about on the Gems TV documentary. Not that variety, by the way, but similar vibrancy of colour that you always get from your mandarin garnets. How about a Mexican fire opal, if you want to get some of those vivid colour tones? That's gorgeous, isn't it? And then, right at the bottom here, golden beryl.
Oh, lovely.
Fantastic. Also known as heliodor, but I think when you've got the faceted variety that looks like that, it's got to be called golden beryl, really, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So you've got 6 individual gemstones. Do you know what? This would make a fantastic gift for somebody who has established a real passion for gemstones and gemology. Maybe this is all they can talk about now they've taken up the hobby of jewellery making and looking into the scientific side of things. Maybe people just want to get hold of you know, quite rare gemstones, but in, you know, higher quality varieties. So you want the faceting, you want that calibrated size. I'll show you how perfect it will look in any jewellery design. I mean, you could technically take these along to a jeweller and ask them to set them into a ring setting if you wanted to create a very traditional look. I'm just going to be careful with these because they're quite delicate at 6mm. So there we go. Oh, no. I mean, if you got that set into a claw setting, you want an open gallery with your chrome dioxide because you want to make the most of that colour tone. That is spectacular, isn't it? I mean, the chances to actually bring you chrome dioxide is pretty rare. I know they had a strand of the rough cut nuggets on the mid-show today, quite limited in availability, but a calibrated 6mm round cut with this depth of coulee isn't going to be as easy to get hold of as the rough cut nuggets. That's going to be very, very rare. less than £5 a stone.
That can be right.
Each gemstone's 4 carats, is that right? 4 carat faceted round collection. Oh right, it's 4 carats across the 6. Yeah, sorry. I was going to say, there's no way that's 4 carats, but my word. So you're getting 3/4 of a carat, 75 points, my apologies, 75 points for £4.20? £4.16, oh yeah, it wasn't too far off. 75 points of chrome dioxide for £4.16. That is jewellery quality. I know some people take issue with me saying jewellery quality because you make jewellery designs with all of the gemstones, of course, but there is a distinction between rough cut gemstones and calibrated gemstones that offer you this clarity. Yeah. And they've been faceted in this way. There is a difference, and my word, that is a serious price point to bring you.
Gee.
£4.16 per gemstone. 75 points on each gemstone. You've got amethyst, garnet, fire opal, white topaz, golden beryl, and chrome dioxide. We've only got single figures of availability remaining in stock on this. I'm thinking about for collectors. Sorry, jewellery makers. Sorry, crafters. I'm starting to think this is one for the gemstone collectors. I know there's a lot of people that rely on this range to develop their own collection of gemstones, because of course this is one of those subjects that once you start to learn about gemstones and the way they form and the rarity, it just starts to encapsulate people. They just become almost obsessed with this. $24.95 is an absolutely unbelievable price point for the gemstones you're receiving here. Jewellery quality gemstones here. These could easily be set into 9 carat, even 18 carat gold on the high street. You'd be hard pushed to find chrome dioxide on the high street, actually. Of course, we've been dealing with the same suppliers for about 10 years here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, and that's why, because we're on basically I imagine the owners of the company are sort of on first term basis with the owners of the chrome dioxide mine, so that's the only reason that we can source these gemstones for you. There's a few of those remaining in stock. If you're on the phone line, stay where you are. We've got to move on to our next deal, and we're going to bring you another essential finding, this time 925 sterling silver eye pins. Ooh, these look quite lengthy. These must be 50 millimeters in size. Perfect for, you know, the more gem heavy feature gemstones. So maybe the sort of the slabs or items that are going to be the focal point of your design. You might need that longer head pin. They're 50 millimeters in size, sterling silver. And we talked about this earlier, didn't we? We touched on the idea of using sterling silver.
I've also used head pins as a different use for findings as well, and I've made a prong set.
Okay.
From your pendant from eye pins.
Ah, we'll have to get you to show us that one day, won't we? Is that going to be part of one of your...
I've done it.
Oh, you've done it on the DI. Okay, so you can probably
Yeah.
search for that on YouTube, and you can see that Michelle has used the eye pins to actually create a prong setting for a pendant. Perfect. This is really where jewellery design comes into its own, because you're not limited to the original application for anything.
No.
It's about your creativity. You're only ever limited by what you want to achieve. So if you do start to be a little bit more experimental, then you're actually going to create greater diversity and more unique designs. I would probably suggest that you experiment with your base metal, and then once you've mastered the technique, use your sterling silver.
No, I would sterling silver is so forgivable, and you're able to, if you make a wrong bend somewhere, you're able to straighten it.
Okay.
And then you'd be able to bend it again. There's only so many times you would be able to bend copper before it would break, the copper coat, the coated wires we do, before it would break. So sterling silver
malleability
is a
of the
lot more
sterling
malleable.
silver actually lends itself better to the experiment.
And I would always suggest anyone who's, I appreciate it's expensive, but if you're trying to start with wire work, I would always suggest starting with sterling silver.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. Top tip then. That's the beauty of having our expert designers here on the show, and this is the beauty of having producer Liam in the hot seat. He's about to give you A fantastic price for an essential finding. 95 sterling silver eye pins, 50mm in size for £6.95. You've got 60 seconds before we move on to our next deal. I'll have to say, multi-buyers coming through left, right and centre for this one. So clearly an essential finding. We know that all jewellery makers are going to need this. Congratulations if you are making the most of your 1P&P this evening, and of course the incredible prices we can offer you here at Jewellery Maker. We are going to move on to our next deal in about 30 seconds time, but this will remain on our website and it will be available via our free phone number for 60 minutes. So don't feel rushed or pressured, but we've got a lot to get through. I'm the one who's under pressure. So in about 20 seconds we're going to move on to our next deal. But what more do I need to say? Sterling silver eye pins, 50mm in size. You get 20 of them for £6.95. 5 seconds now to add this to your order before we move on to our next deal. We've got to move on, I'm afraid. Let's get on to our next deal. And it's chandelier style earring findings. You get 2 pairs, and these are gold plated findings. Have a look at this. So huge number of variations. Actually, I have seen these used alternatively in certain designs as well.
Yeah, multi-strand necklaces.
Yeah, that's it. So you can use these as the clasp, and then you can have different style of weaves in the actual stranding on your necklace designs. Traditionally designed to be chandelier earrings, which again could be quite prominent as we move into the party season, because of course when you are wearing sort of a ball gown or an evening dress, then you tend to accessorise more heavily, don't you, in terms of your necklaces and your earring designs. These chandelier style earrings are going to be perfect. Gold plated sterling silver here, so high end on top of high end. As I explained earlier, having a real problem in finding a new deposit of gold. We haven't found a new deposit of gold for over 2 years. I don't mean us personally here at Jewellery Maker, I mean as an industry. So we can't find any more gold. It's proven to be very, very difficult, and actually the applications for gold are actually increasing. I hear that gold's quite useful within technological industries because it's so unreactive. They use it in circuitry and so I won't pretend to understand how they use it because I don't know, but anyway, it has applications in that industry as well, and so the demand's increasing, yet we're not finding new sources, so we're expecting the price to rise over the coming years, and of course that is going to make an impact on the affordability of the jewellery designs you can create. You get 2 pairs of gold plated sterling silver findings here. They're 29 by 14mm in size, and you've got all of those additional loops there so you can use them in a variety of different ways within your designs. Let's get that price on screen because I've already got multi-buyers coming through, and it all becomes clear when we see that price point, £6.95, and add it to your order price this evening for gold plated sterling silver. I can't even guarantee we'll be able to bring you gold-plated sterling silver findings in the future, so this is your opportunity to snap them up and add it to your order prices. If you've already got an order up and running, then you can add this to your order right now for just £6.95, the lowest price point we can show you here on our live shows. I'm going to leave that one with you, is that right? And because we've got to move on, it's Star Buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Fantastic opportunity now. Top quality gemstones. Again, the kind of gemstones you'd expect to see set into 9 carat, if not 18 carat gold elsewhere. This is a luxury special. Both strands come from our Gems of Distinction range, so they represent the highest possible quality we can source for you. And I think that's going to be pretty evident. Have a look at the adulation that you've got on your rainbow moonstone. This is the optical effect that we associate with gorgeous moonstone. The colour play is just spectacular. Violets, electric blues, greens, golden tones, even violet hues coming through, all from the adolescence itself. I'll try to isolate that. Oh, look at this. Whole spectrum of colour, a little rainbow living inside that gemstone. It's just out of this world, isn't it? This is what you want to see from Moonstone. Traditionally, you're going to see the blues, but the quality of this particular Moonstone is so high that you've got violets ranging into greens, and then whole spectrums of colour where you've got the golds and the oranges as well. One of the highest quality strands of rainbow moonstone I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker, and these are quite large as well. They're faceted rondelles, and the range of sizes is quite impressive really, because they range from 4x2 to 8x3 millimeters, so huge amount of creative opportunities with these. And of course, once again, it is June's birthstone. I'm not, honestly, I'm just thinking, because so many designers tell me that birthstone jewellery sells big, and I just, you know.
It just doesn't happen to be your birth month in any way, shape or form, does it, Ed?
What can I say? I'm just a lucky boy. I get Moonstone as my birthstone. So I think, you know, to be honest, Moonstone, again, is a gemstone that I think transcends birthstone jewellery, because people are going to be drawn to it from the optical effect, aren't they?
Yes, they are, definitely.
And I'm eulogising about this gemstone because I've got that personal association with it. I've got this affinity with the gemstone because it's my birthstone and I own it. This is another birthstone. It represents September's babies, that's the word I'm looking for. So September's babies. Sapphires are September's birthday, but again, I don't think you need to rely on sapphires for birthstone jewellery. It's one of the big four, hugely prestigious. Of course, it's the gemstone of choice for any princess if she's putting together her own engagement ring. And these are the kind of colour tones actually that you'd associate with that very famous sapphire ring. When you think about the Ceylon blues, that's the colour tone you're looking for, isn't it? So traditionally, I think this is what people are going to be drawn towards when they think of sapphire. And actually, I think we were seeing that colour saturation in the Moonstone before we even put the sapphire next to it. Now, the blue sapphire rondelles here range in size from 3x1 to 4x2, so you get 30 carats of blue sapphire here. Again, this could be for maybe the collectors, but I just think when you lay eyes on this Moonstone, you're going to want to include it in your designs because it's just so spectacular. You know, those kind of cufflink designs you're making for someone special. No, I'm joking. So they both come from our Gems of Distinction range. This makes sense. You're getting over 30 centimetres on this one strand, Rainbow Moonstone. You've got so many gemstones here, despite the fact that they're slightly broader size than we're used to seeing on the rondelles. Now this is just absolutely gorgeous. Two top-end gemstones, two gemstones that have been revered, well, for centuries actually, and they've been set into jewellery for that length of time as well. Of course, sapphires, we know about the prestige attached to them, rubbing shoulders with the likes of diamonds and rubies and emeralds in the big four. Rainbow Moonstone, always popular because of that optical effect, that beautiful agilurescence. We've actually given you this bundle to work with, haven't we? You certainly have. What's the first thing that comes to mind for you then?
I will be keeping it very simple.
Right.
Because it doesn't really need to be overshadowed by any silver work or anything like that. I think, you know, the sapphires and the moonstones are just beautiful enough in themselves. So it'll be just a very simple design, and that will just speak volumes.
Okay. And you could probably keep it quite subtle as well, so just a couple of rondelles in a pair of earrings. And potentially as well, because you're working with sapphires and top quality moonstone, you're going to be able to achieve those higher price points as well. Because do you find that when you're working with, say, the big four or a real top quality gemstone, that you can achieve a higher price point? People almost expect to pay a premium for sapphire, surely.
Yeah, yes, you would be able to receive, you know, get a higher price for your products, but you would have to set it in a precious metal, rather than a plate. But yeah, certainly, you know, in the more affluent areas where the craft markets are arranged, you would get, you know, a very good price. Or
even, you know, people who have established themselves as designers and receiving personal commissions. These are the kind of gemstones which will almost put your client at ease, because they'll be like, oh right, I've come to the right person here. They've got sapphires and moonstone.
Yeah. And it sort of says, you know, if you're prepared to work with those sort of quality of stones and that precious stone, you obviously take pride in your work as well.
Absolutely. So it shows an attention to detail, and it also sets you apart from other jewellery designers potentially. Maybe, you know, people stop thinking of you as a crafter and start to think of you as a designer. Yeah. And that's really what you want to establish, isn't it, with your clients?
Definitely.
So for me, I think the name really encapsulates what we're offering you here, a luxury special, 2 of our most luxurious strands coming from our Gems of Distinction range in the form of blue sapphires and beautiful moonstone, all for an incredible clearance price. Normally this beautiful blue sapphire would be $49.95, but this evening you're going to get both strands $57.95. That means you get this strand of moonstone for what, £8?
Bargain.
The moonstone is normally $29.95, so you're saving over £20 as part of this deal.
Slash. I don't want to use it, Ed. Take it home.
Spectacular, especially when you see the actual rainbows living inside this gemstone. A lot of the blues and the greens are going to be quite prevalent. They're coming to the surface of the gemstone. When you look a little closer, when you see this at home, when this arrives at your front door, not only can you be quite confident in the knowledge that you've got a saving of £20 there, but you've got, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, the best quality strand of moonstone that I've ever brought you. It's spectacular. I kind of want it.
I don't want to use mine. Can I not take them home instead?
I actually can understand why nobody wants to take a tassel off this. This really shows you why this gemstone has been set into jewellery design since 100 AD. The second it was discovered, people realised that it was very prestigious, that it was something special. Over £20 worth of savings on this particular bundle. This is our aim here on The Late Show, to create wholesale bundles that offer you huge savings, and that's exactly what we've just done. A luxury combination of blue sapphire and rainbow moonstone rondelles, all for $57.95. And as Michelle rightly said, when you're working with gemstones of this quality, you can actually be a little bit less consumed with the design process, so you can actually maybe save a little bit of time because the gemstones are establishing the price point for you. Yeah. I'm going to leave that one with you. That Star by Deal will, as always, be available for the next 60 minutes on our website or via the free phone number. But I think it's time we set another competition question, isn't it? Okay, oh, I don't need that just yet. So all the questions you're going to see, don't forget, are related to the show and the team here on The Late Show. So let's have a look at our next question. You can enter via the free text service on our website or via the text number 60777. Make sure you start your text with the phrase JM Studio. But the question is, which 2 gemstone strands were in the bundle named Spring Flowers? Now, this is a bundle that Michelle was working with at the start of the show, and I believe my favourite piece of jewellery came from this boutique collection, actually. So if you can remember the 2 gemstones that were included in the Spring Flower bundle, and if you invested in it, then you're probably well aware, text in the answer to 60777 via the text, but start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, you can send your answer in via JewelleryMaker.com, but as always, you must include your name and customer number in order for it to be a valid entrant, and we will announce the winners after this short break. Don't move a muscle.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our Gems of Distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidress to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting Paula McKay Accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
I like working with Kamihimo because it's a very mobile craft. I can take it with me to various different places and work on it on the go. It's got endless patterns that you can create with lots of varied materials which JewelleryMaker sell in abundance. So things like our satin cords and waxed cords, but we can use ribbons and wire as well. And I like the product because that it's sort of something that all ages can do. So from the very young, my children enjoy making Kamihimo braids, right through to people who might have some sorts of dexterity problems because it's very easy, there's nothing heavy to move, and you get into a real zone of sort of peaceful tranquility while doing it, and it just takes you to another place and you just get lost in the moment of making Kamihimo.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker, and it has been a very exciting show. Don't worry, we've got lots more treats in store, and coming up at the end of the show is this very unique opportunity, this gorgeous bead scoop where you're getting the two colour tones bundled together. You've got your femininity from your pinks, you've got those aquatic tones from your blues and greens. All of this coming together as one bead scoop at the end of the show. It's our superstar buy. It's coming to you at a very, very special price. any time I've brought a bead scoop on air, it's been a sellout deal. So make sure you're dialing through early because we know it's going to be popular. Now, just before the break, we set another competition prize. Another competition question, sorry, and we're about to give away 3 more prizes to lucky entries. Now, the question was, what gemstones were featured in the Spring Flowers bundle that we brought to you at the start of the show? We did warn you you'd have to tune in for the duration of the show to answer the questions, and we now have the winners. So these were the 3 lucky people that answered correctly. The answer was Lavender, Amethyst and Clear Quartz. So you had the Bicones that we saw that featured in my favourite piece of jewellery, and the Clear Quartz Rondelles that offered you that perfect accent really to any piece of jewellery, particularly bridal jewellery. That's where we sort of were talking about. Anyway, the first winner was Della in Yorkshire. Now, is this Tinkerdell, regular contributor to the show perhaps, maybe? And, well, Della, you've run suite number 1. So this is what is heading your way. It will be sent out over the coming week. And this was put together by Jan, who will be on the show tomorrow evening. So Jan will be with us tomorrow night. Gorgeous suite of jewellery there, perfect for the autumn months there. I can see those beautiful oranges coming through. So that suite's heading off to Della. Now let's have a look at the second winner. It was, there you go, it was Tinkerdell. There you go. And number 22. 2 little ducklings, 22. I told you I'd be good as a bingo caller. So this is what's heading off to... Sorry, who was the second winner? It's a Gemma Crow selection. And Thomas, in the Midlands, you're going to be receiving that particular suite of jewellery put together by Gemma Crow. Looks very gem heavy. Actually, I remember the evening that she made that suite of jewellery. So we recorded a DVD straight afterwards. So yes, that's heading your way, Thomas. And then... the final winner, Aisha, in London, you're going to receive suite number 4. This was put together by Deb Rudge, and fantastic, gorgeous combination of gem-heavy pendants there, and those are heading your way. Oh, and actually, there's another pendant sneakily hidden on the front bust there, so you're actually getting 4 pendant designs made by Deb Rudge. Fantastic. So don't worry, there will be another giveaway, won't there, before the end of the show? Is that right? Yeah. So one more giveaway before the end of the show. We've already given away 12 suites of jewellery. Is that right? I'm not losing the plot here, am I? We've done 4. Have we? Yeah, we've given away 12 suites of jewellery. We've got another 3 to give away. And don't panic if you don't win tonight. Tune in tomorrow from 5 p.m. because we've got another 15 suites of jewellery to give away tomorrow. This is all to celebrate the fact that producer Liam is moving on to the Designer Inspiration show. And I think he'll be lucky to survive if he gets landed alongside Michelle, because the deals he's been bringing you so far this evening have been very upsetting to anybody who's missed out on them, haven't they?
Watch it. I'm watching you.
She's got her eye on you, producer Liam.
I'm taller than you and all.
There you go. Okay, well, I have to say, the frenzy is just beginning. Hard to believe, I know, but we're about to enter into the... Well, we're well into the final hour of the show, in fact, and we've got a huge number of clearance deals to bring you. Don't forget, in around about half an hour, that bead scoop. Be on the phone lines early or you're going to miss out. It's as simple as that. Before that, though, we're going to bring you as many clearance deals as we can, and this time coming to you in the form of rose gold plated copper findings. So you're getting... Oh, this is a double deal. So you normally get 115 pieces of rose gold plated copper. Tonight, 230 pieces. This would normally set you back $21.90 for 2 of them, so that's $10.95. That's not going to be your price point this evening. This is a double deal. Anytime we bundle these items together, it allows us to create wholesale opportunities. There's everything you're going to get. 2 meters of chain, 3 different kinds of head pins, but this time you get 20 instead of 10. You've got your toggle clasp, your earring finders, your ribbon cord endings, your spacer beads, your crimp beads, your crimp bead covers, everything you could possibly need to create a suite of jewellery. And it's going to be buy one get one for £2 as part of this deal. I know that some people actually rely on the jewellery kits in order to get hold of these particular findings collections. Right now you can get a wholesale opportunity, 2 finding packs for £12.95. They're normally £10.95 each, so you're getting a huge selection here, but you have to be on the phone lines early. We've had so many people missing out on our deals this evening, and of course whenever we create a double deal we are limited to the number we can offer our customers, so you do need to be on the phone lines early if you want to get hold of this item. Taking it down to £12.95 for 230 pieces. This is rose gold plated copper. As we said earlier, we don't know whether we'll be able to provide you with rose gold for too much longer. So these are the opportunities you need to grab when they hit your screens. You always have a 30-day money-back guarantee, but I think with essential items, you pretty much know that you're going to get through those findings. And of course, having a wider selection makes it less limited to what you can create, so you can afford to be a little bit more experimental with your designs and express yourself just as you wish to. Rose gold plated copper findings, 230 pieces. Buy one, get one for £2. Congratulations to everybody coming through for that deal. The value evident, because once again, regular viewer Bertha coming through from Colorado to take advantage of that deal. Fallen out with Bertha anyway, because she made me really hungry by talking about pancakes. In fact, I might have to make some American style pancakes when I get home. So easy to do. Another clearance double deal now, featuring over 500 carats on both strands. So you're getting over 1,000 carats on this particular deal. This is going to be perfect all year round. Very earthy colour tones here. When you think of jasper, you tend to think of almost quite an earthy finish to go along with the colour tones, but not on this strand. Highly polished finish, very high-end look, and 14mm rounds. So statement sized gemstones here, 14mm, so really easy to cage the gemstones, for example, or maybe to use them in masculine designs, maybe a macrame design. You might want to set them into that. Quite gem heavy, I would think.
Yeah, I would use them as hinged bracelets. So, okay. But you would have the bead would be on the top as a detail rather than underneath, and okay. You can also, if you use say 1.25mm wire, you could use the copper wire and make the copper bracelets that men generally wear.
Yes, that'd be fantastic. And the colour tones, as I say, are quite muted. You've got sort of moss greens and earthier colour tones there, so it'll work with that. I mean, look at that gemstone there. That actually, it almost looks like the aerial view of a planet or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I like that. Yeah. Because again, no two designs are going to be the same working with this strand. Normally it'd be £8.45 for each strand, but tonight, as part of a clearance double deal, we are going to give you 1,000 carats of fancy jasper, 14mm polished rounds, and honestly, the feel of these gemstones is fantastic. I think sometimes we get a little bit bogged down in the kind of designs we can create, and we stop to think about how the gemstones will make the wearer feel. Yeah. That's probably the most important part of putting together any jewellery design. How's it going to feel when somebody actually puts it on their neckline, on their wrist line? Because you want them to feel like they've invested in a luxurious piece of jewellery. Nobody needs to know that you paid a wholesale price for your gemstones of $10.95 for over 1,000 carats of highly polished jasper rounds, 14mm in size. Start dialing through for this one, because we are a little bit limited in availability, I'm afraid, and we know how popular that gemstone is. We're moving on. We're going to give you another double deal. This time, don't bring the graphics on just yet. I want to do a little test in the studio. Pete, what gemstone do you think this is?
Labradorite.
Labradorite you're going for?
It's
Michelle?
Green, and I would say emerald, or possibly saffronite.
2 very good guesses from Michelle. Pete's wrong. I can see where you're coming from though, Pete, because it has a similar base tone to we see on Labradorite, but we're not getting the Labradorescence there. I'll be honest, when I first laid on it, I thought it was emerald, just like Michelle did. But actually, it's another member of the beryl family, so closely related to emerald, but it's actually moss aquamarine. You don't tend to find these sort of, you know, forest greens, the British racing greens, if you like, in aquamarine, do you? So very alternative variety. Actually, a variety of aquamarine that I don't think I've seen too many times, and I've been working in the industry for a long time, but I haven't seen this variation. Pete's actually right from one point of view, because you do get similar colour tones that you'd associate with Labradorite, but of course you don't get the optical effect because you're working with such a prestigious gemstone, aquamarine. Very, very prominent, particularly heavily used on the American market, for example, but you see a lot of aquamarine being used here, but very rarely do you see moss aquamarine. It's just one of those very rare varieties. Sometimes you'll find actually that when people are knowledgeable about gemstones and gemstone jewellery, offering them a variation alternative can lead to greater sales, because of course you're starting to educate your customers, and therefore you build rapport with your customers and they fall in love with these gemstones. Should be $14.95 per strand, but we're not going to stay there this evening. For a clearance double deal, we're going to take this down to Bargain Town. So you normally get 90 carats for $14.95. Right now, get 180 carats for $17.95. Buy one, get one for £3. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Again, polished to perfection to give you a very high-end feel to your designs. Rondelles, again, could be perfect for macrame bracelets or charm bracelets, because I always associate that cut with that style of jewellery. But maybe you've got something else in mind. What are you going to do with your 2 strands of moss aquamarine? It's available right now at the clearance price of $17.95. Buy one, get one for £3, but it will only be available at that price for the next 60 minutes. At that point, it's going to return to the original price, making a huge saving on this double deal and a bit of a rare variety there. You still get the blues coming through, but the sort of moss green's much more prominent, and of course that means it will go with any other gemstone. Mother Nature's base tone there, but at a clearance price. We're going to move on. Before we move on to our next deal though, let me remind everybody, our superstar buy coming up, probably only 20 minutes to wait actually, not long to go before we bring this one to you. This is a bead scoop. We have colour graduated it out so you can see the feminine colour tones and the more aquatic or naturalistic colours, and the blues and the greens. It's coming up at the end of the show. If you're not on the phone lines early, expect to miss out. That's my warning, because any time I've brought a bead scoop on screen, it has been a sellout. I will show you in more depth exactly what you're going to get in that when we bring you the superstar buy. We're moving on though, and once again, I'm transported to a winter wonderland when I see these gemstones. Fantastic inclusions from your quartz, and I think that gives it that ice-like feel to it. Sky blue tones and quite a useful shape here, because the trapezoids lend themselves to a number of different designs. You could use them as petals or leaves, or of course you can use them in a more traditional way in the droplet styles, but they've got that slightly more dynamic feel to them from the angled edges that you actually receive, and of course you've got the texture from the inclusion. So along with that sky blue tone, you're pretty much ticking every box. You're not limited in any way when it comes to this strand, and they're normally pretty affordable, because 12 by 8 mil trapezoids. Oh, again, can I just show you? I would say that the drill hole is probably about 1/3 of the way down the gemstone, so you know you can be pretty confident that you know you're not going to get any wastage there, and the gemstones aren't going to crack, because the drill hole has been quite conscientiously placed 1/3 of the way down the gemstone. So there you go, and a huge number of gemstones on the strands, 120 carats on each strand here, so 240 carats in total. Normally $7.95 per strand, so normally pretty affordable in themselves, but right now a clearance price. Buy one, get one for £3 this evening. They're going to go an awfully long way, and again, maybe if you're paying these kind of price points for gemstones that do have that little bit of texture, that little point of interest, they might be suitable for youngsters. If you're trying to introduce youngsters to the idea of jewellery design, it is a very interesting hobby, I think, because not everybody is going to be hugely academic when they're studying at school. Some people are more artistic, aren't they? They need, but you need to sort of stumble across a creative outlet for them, actually, and by introducing them to a craft like jewellery making, you're already playing on a number of different ideals, because there's a practical side to it in terms of the techniques, and of course that can help people to develop their motor skills and that kind of thing, but also the idea of colour matching and colour blending. That's always quite an artistic ideal, isn't it, you would say?
Yeah.
And then of course it's being able to translate design ideas that you've seen or that you introduce youngsters to into a piece of jewellery of their own. So when you start to show them the jewellery that you design and then say, oh, do you think you could do something like that? If they're able to emulate that, that is a key skill. That's actually really useful when it comes to, you know, revision time for exams. If you can retain information and relay it, then that's really what exams are all about, isn't it? So, you know, even if you just go right back to basics, I've got a 3-year-old son, and when we get a bead scoop out, we just talk about the colours, you know, and like, he's getting pretty good with his colours, actually.
Is he?
Yeah. He can
start in school.
He can count to 20 now. Yeah, he starts school in September.
September, yeah.
Yeah, so we've got a year to go. But,
that will go so fast.
Oh, can't believe he's already through.
My 4-year-old's at school. My 4-year-old started this year.
Okay.
And the things he comes out with now, he's quite naturally bright anyway. But and I don't know where he gets his intelligence from, because he did it in his mother. It must be his dad. But the things he comes out with now, like at the age of 4, even I didn't know he knew.
Oh, well, that's nothing. My 3-year-old told me metal conducts heat. I don't know where he got that from. I honestly don't know where he got it from. Metal conducts heat, Daddy. Right, we're moving on. Okie dokie. Another interesting finding here, something that's going to add a level of interest, a level of individuality to your designs, because they're very intricate spacer beads. That's how I see them. They might already be inspiring you to use them in a different way. What are you going to create using your rose gold flash sterling silver beads? So just in case you are new to us and you don't know what the distinction is between plating and flash, it's simply the level of thickness, the micron thickness that's applied to the metalwork. So this is my analogy. It's not 100% accurate, so don't quote me on it, but it just gives people an idea. I would say that plating is as though we've taken the sterling silver and dipped it into the rose gold. Flash is more like we've taken the sterling silver and sprayed the gold on top. So that just gives you an idea of the level of thickness of plating that we've placed on side. And so to be as accurate as possible, we describe these as flash sterling silver. So the rose gold is placed on the surface of that, and it is sterling silver beads. These are quite an interesting shape. Can't even think how I would describe these. Sort of like an angled rice bead, if you like, because they've got almost like faceted edges on them, and the detailing, you can see that there, but all on a sterling silver rice bead. I told you, I knew that would happen to me after they actually complimented me on my tweeze work. Here you go. So you get 10 of these. Normally you get 5 for $7.95. You can use these either way. Again, they could be little points of interest in an asymmetrical necklace. You could use them as the sort of bookends, if you like, of a charm bracelet, something like that.
Ooh, that would look nice.
You like that?
Yeah. I like that.
I'm easily pleased. If a designer likes my idea, then I'm always going to celebrate. I can't do any of it, but I'm full of ideas.
Cufflinks, Ed.
Cufflinks. Do you think I should become a cufflink specialist and just work on those?
Well, you know, clearly, connoisseur of cufflinks.
Oh, hold on a minute. 5 sterling silver rose gold flash beads for £1. My producer went, oops, I didn't realise they were sterling silver. He wasn't concentrating, he thought they were a base metal. It's actually sterling silver space. No, because you can't crash back up. You want to hear him now. Hey, listen. The customers aren't being punished because you weren't concentrating, sunshine. He thought they were rose gold plated copper. They're actually sterling silver. So no, you can't crash back up. The likes of Hillary, who's just added 3 of these to their order, is really exploiting your error in judgment there. But yes, buy one, get one for £1. And this is sterling silver rose gold, of course, instantly adding value to your designs. Lots of gents coming through for these, so maybe there are a few cufflink and macrame designs in there. Yeah. Actually, a lot of the gentleman designers that I speak to on Facebook do create some of the most elegant feminine jewellery you've ever seen. Yeah. It's like you say, it's a recession-busting idea, making your own jewellery, and if you can sell your designs and you've got a knack for it,
yep. Why not?
Why not, indeed. You often find that, you know, the very high-profile jewellery designers in the world are actually gentlemen, aren't they? Yeah. Think about the likes of Stephen Webster and alike. Then,
and men have a different take on jewellery as well. They seem, you know, they look at it from a different aspect as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. Huge number of people coming through for that one, taking advantage of this slight error that producer Liam attached to that one. Sterling silver, rose gold flash. Normally you get 5 for £7.95. Tonight you get 10 for £8.95. Okay, so get it off the screen now. You're not doing me any favours. Don't panic. You can keep adding that to your order for the next 60 minutes. So take advantage of that deal now. We're going to move on. First of all, though, we are going to give you another heads up. Maybe you've just tuned in. If so, you've missed out on a lot of opportunities to win our Sweets of Jewellery, but don't panic. I've still got one more giveaway to bring you. And look at this for a treat. Coming up in about 10 minutes' time, the ultimate superstar buy. The bead scoop to end all bead scoops. You've got your feminine colour tones, the pinks and the purples, and those aquatic colour tones. The turquoise shades of the blues and the greens there. Oh, that looks like turquoise. Do you think it is? Do you think there's some turquoise in there?
Could be. Could be some magnesite or howlite.
Could be dyed howlite, but could be natural turquoise. I don't know what's in the scoops. You don't know what you're going to receive it either. We'll have a look at those in more depth in about 10 minutes' time. Not long to wait, but you know, I'm not saying it to put pressure on you. I am literally basing this on my previous experience. I put a bead scoop on screen on a Sunday morning and it's sold out in about 10 minutes time, so please make sure you come through quickly for that deal. We're going to move on though, because we've got a few deals to bring you. Or are we going to set our final competition question? We are. Here we go. So we'll announce the winner just before we do the bead scoop, just after. Cool. Okay, so this gives you a little bit more time to get involved with this deal, with this particular competition. I don't know why I'm using this, so I don't need this until we've got some winners. I'm just getting excited now, aren't I? Come on. Been told off. They said, calm down, behave yourself. If you're not sensible, you won't get a treat. You will, I won't. Okay, well, what's the next question? This is the final question for the show. These are the final 3 opportunities to win a suite of jewellery tonight. But don't panic, we're going to do it all over again from 5 PM tomorrow. So let's have a look. The question is presumably going to be related to the show. Which piece of Michelle's jewellery from tonight's show did Ed say was his favourite piece? So this will be slightly open to interpretation based on how somebody describes it, but oh my word, didn't you write it? Okay, you should know producer Liam, the mid-show are in for a right treat when he gets over there with his English degree. He said there should be an apostrophe. Yeah. I said, didn't you write it? He said, yeah, but I didn't type it. Just get off Sam's back, right? She's worked very hard this evening to make sure all these prizes go. Okay, sorry, can we just show that question again? Because I didn't actually read it out. Sorry, that was my fault. I got distracted. Which piece of Michelle's jewellery from tonight's show did I say was my favourite piece? And, you know, as long as we can tell that you have identified the right piece of jewellery, you will be entered in. But only, of course, if you've included your customer number and your name. Otherwise, we won't know who to send it to, so it won't be a valid entry. You can enter via our text number on 60777, but start your text with JM Studio. or you can enter at JewelleryMaker.com via the message box. But as I say, make sure you've got your name and your customer number along with the correct answer, otherwise we won't be able to accept that. We're going to keep bringing the clearance deals until we bring you that bead scoop though. Fantastic. Top drill drops of red tiger's eye here, so they're going to work all year round because you've got the optical effect, but I think they'll be particularly effective over the coming 6 months because they're going to add that little bit of warmth to your designs. They'll work with any metallic tone because the silver will of course make the colour tone pop, whereas the gold will buy into that sort of warmth, if you like. So now, what I just want to show you is they've got a little bit of a difference here because they're quite broad. You can see that they've got sort of a flat, polished face on the top and the base of the gemstone. So it just makes them, actually, do you know, they almost look like little strawberries or something like that. It gives them a slightly different dynamic.
Pears.
Yeah, little pears. Yeah. But normally we use that quite generically, but these definitely look like little pears because of that finish on the gemstones. I just think it's interesting because it brings a different dimension to the gemstone, and that might influence the way that you use them within your designs. Who knows? Now, if you already have a design in mind, then start dialing the free phone number. But what are you starting to think of when you look at this cut? Top drill drops, 10 by 8 millimeters in size, of red tiger's eye, slightly rarer variety, but you still get that fantastic chatoyancy on the surface of a gemstone. 180 carats, and here comes our price point this evening. As ever, add it to your order prices. I can really see why they promoted you. He's a stickler for the rules. $6.95, it's a small price drop. It's based on producer Liam basically receiving an email saying, please don't go to random numbers. We need to keep, you know, uniform pricing structure on the website.
Oh, no.
Okay, well, if that's the case, I'll drop everything to $6.95. It's their rules, and it just means there's a massive benefit to everybody at home because we just put 50p back in your pocket. So everybody who'd already come through, huge number of people who were already getting involved, and a little bit of a saving. Put it towards your P&P or put it towards your bead scoop. Trust me, 50p is going to pay for a proportion of your bead scoop. A significant proportion of your bead scoop will be dealt with just 50p. I'm going to move on because I'm being told off. Right, okay, I won't tell them the price, don't worry. Surprise, under £10. Right, okay, where are we going to?
Don't tell them the price.
I'm so naughty. Right, oh wow. Do you know what? Sorry, could I borrow your ring again that you showed us earlier on? The prong setting. The faceting on these would lend itself to these beautifully, this kind of setting. Look at that. Love this gemstone because of the way it's been faceted. Because it has that depth that you're seeing on these kind of gemstones. It has that same depth. You've got the oval shape, which of course gives you that elongation, but more of a sort of traditional checkerboard faceting, really. I love this. Again, it brings a different dimension to the jewellery designs and the gemstones that you're working with, doesn't it? This comes from our cut collection, so it's part of the Gems of Distinction range. And this is pink amethyst. So rather than having those very vivid regal purples, this offers you a little bit more femininity because it's that more pale tone. Pink amethyst here, 100 carats. And a fantastic variation in the sizes ranging from 9 by 7 up to 12 by 10. This has only previously featured on the show once prior to this evening, and we're about to take it down to $27.95. We already have a limited availability on this particular Gems of Distinction strand. I can understand why, because we've discussed at length the popularity of amethyst, but also you're saying lots of people request it, so it's almost providing with credibility as a designer.
Yeah, it is definitely, and something like that I would use just as individual pieces. I wouldn't set in a strand, I'd use them separately myself.
Just because the gemstone is instantly recognisable and almost.
Well, it just speaks for itself.
Adds value,
it's
yeah.
Stunning cut. I love that. Love the cut. I have that strand at home.
Oh really?
I do.
Oh, there you go. I mean, even in my mind, somebody who's actually a little bit fearful of wire work, I can already see wire work designs.
Yeah, it would look
I wouldn't
lovely.
be able to do them.
Individual pendants would look nice.
Yeah, and I really would love to see a set into a similar solitaire ring that you've created as well. It's fantastic. So if this is something that takes your fancy, and even if it isn't literally for your personal collection, you know it's going to attract attention and increase your sales if you're working with pink amethyst that's been faceted like this. $27.95. What are you going to do with your Gems of Distinction strand of pink amethyst? Because you're getting 100 carats here for $27.95. We're going to continue to move through the deals. Don't forget the bead scoop coming up in probably about 5 minutes now. Not long to wait at all before we bring you this bead scoop. Got a few people who are getting confused and thinking, which one are you going to do first? Is one text. This is all one bead scoop. It's coming up in 5 minutes time. You're going to receive all of this carat weight for under £10. So don't panic. Oh, I just got in trouble. Like, you didn't even pretend that time that you're doing it by mistake. Sorry. You've come really in trouble.
You'll put the price up now just to spite you.
Say again?
You'll put the price up now just to spite you.
Oh no, that's the beauty of saying something on air. You can't do that. No. I said it. So, and have you not noticed a bit of a pattern emerging, Michelle?
Yeah.
Liam doesn't put prices up.
No, I know.
He takes them down.
Yeah, he also puts all the nice stuff on. Not that everything's nice, but all my favourite items have been on today.
Can't wait to get to the bar after the show. We know what Michelle's having. She likes a bitter. Baby pink pearls here. Luxury size. What's that? She was telling you off for putting all the lovely things on.
Yeah.
But she sounded a bit bitter there. So you can tell a joke's good when you have to explain it. 11 by 10 millimetres inside.
I can see the tumbleweed now.
Wouldn't be an Ed joke otherwise, quite frankly. 11 by 10 millimetres in size. So you've got what would be considered a luxury size any other time. But of course, we're not going to give you a luxury price because we never do here at Jewellery Maker. I have to say pearls are probably the mineral that I think we are almost the most competitive on of all our gemstones. If you see the kind of price points you can pay elsewhere for cultured pearls, either set into jewellery or if you're buying pearls as sort of a raw material, if you like, the price points tend to be quite considered. But here at Jewellery Maker, we just blow that out the water. I am such a card. 11 by 10 millimetres in size. Let's get that price on screen. So we've already got a huge number of people flying through on the phone lines. $19.95 for luxury pink cultured pearls. Lend themselves to so many different designs. Everybody's taking the mickey out of me now. I can't wait till my children are old enough to be embarrassed.
Oh, you wait till my kids bring their girlfriends home.
Oh, my husband Trent says they'll bring them home once and they will never bring them home again.
If I was Freddie, I wouldn't bring my girlfriends home to meet me either. 1995. Oh. I'm fired. I'll see you later. I'm joking. 1995. We've still got another giveaway to do and a bead scoop opportunity. Luxury pearls, but for very affordable prices. These are the kind of items that will allow you to create those more profitable pieces of jewellery because people expect to pay a premium for cultured pearls. Pearls tend to fit any genre or style of jewellery making. They're a must-have at $19.95. We're moving on now. Ooh. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this is the half-term strand.
Yeah. That.
Pretty much ticking every box here because not only do you get 16mm polish rounds, which in itself is going to make a statement, not only do you get this huge variation in the colour tones there, but also these have got a little bit of a mystic coating to them. It's not really coming through on screen, but I'm picking up different colour tones on the surface of each gemstone, so it's almost like little coloured bubbles. So I've got the fuchsia tones on the blues, and then I've got a golden tone on the pinks. Really interesting the way that the mystic coating is affecting the finish that you get on the gemstone. And these are statement gemstones. They're 16mm rounds, so you know you're onto a winner if you are creating designs using this gemstone. And you can actually afford to, once again, be quite sparing because they're so large. I know that Sam, for example, is a real sort of fan of choker style designs, aren't you? I mean, one of those placed in the centre. The bigger the better.
Some people can see them, because if you do it too small, then no one can.
If you do it too small, then having one feature gemstone won't be noticeable from a distance. But when you've got a high impact gemstone, not only that, because the colour tones high impact, and the coating will attract attention as well. 16mm rounds, that means you get over 650 carats on this strand. Currently available for $11.95, which I think is already a bargain, but just for anybody out there who's thinking of introducing their kids to jewellery making during the half-term period, we're going to take them down to $8.95, so that takes away the P&P cost from this particular strand. So it's the equivalent of your P&P being handed back to you. $8.95. Just have a look at that carat weight there. Chrome dioxide greens, lavender tones, sky blues, emerald colours, citrine tones, rose quartz colours, pomegranate reds. It's all going on in this strand, and all at the clearance price of just $8.95, but it's only available at that price for 60 minutes. So take advantage right now to avoid disappointment. We're going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on because two very special things to bring you now. One is the final announcement of winners on our giveaway tonight, but first of all, anybody fancy a superstar buy in the form of a bead scoop? Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for our final opportunity of the evening, our superstar buy. We always try to make our superstar buy our most exclusive launch of the evening. Start dialing the free phone number right now. If you're shopping at JewelleryMaker.com, make sure you check out your baskets instantly. We do have, you know, a decent quantity, but as I say, whenever I've previously brought you bead scoops, they've been sell-out deals, so I expect this to fly out the door, and it's purely because we talk a lot here on, particularly on the Late Show, about offering you creative diversity, about creating versatile options for you as a designer, and this encapsulates that. You don't even know what you're going to receive. All you know is you're going to get a huge array of cuts, gemstones and colour tones. Not only that, but on this particular bead scoop, we've actually created a bit of a bundle. So we've put two colour schemes together in terms of the feminine tones, the pinks and the purples, and the aquatic tones in terms of the blues and the greens. There's sort of a turquoise vibe going on here. Have a look at this. So I'm going to just hit that just to give you a better idea of everything you're going to receive. Look at that. I'll just pick up a few random gemstones just to give you an idea. Look at that. Abalone shell coin. Oh, sorry. Quite rare that we bring you abalone shell. Actually, there's more than one piece of abalone. You've actually got over 580 carats in each bead scoop, so you're going to receive over 1,000 carats as part of this deal. Wow, most people taking two of these, right? I think probably about 100 of these have already been allocated. Oh, and over 100 in fact, sorry, there you go. Oh, look at this, more abalone. Wow. Very organic looks in this. That's just fantastic, isn't it? But that's not all you get. I'm focusing on that just because I'm drawn to it. But, you know, look at that heart-shaped jasper, I believe that is. Can't guarantee what gemstones you're going to receive. You know, the clues in the title is a lucky dip. It's a bead scoop, so I don't know what you're going to receive. Oh, more hearts, this time in the lapis lazuli hearts. Look at this. Actually, we've got another one there. I'll tell you what I would do. I love you more today than I did yesterday, but not as much as tomorrow. I'll have a couple of spaces or links in between there. Look at Michelle, she's shaking in her boots over there. She's thinking, uh-oh. No, I can't do it. Oh, look, there. No. I instantly realised she wasn't that worried. She's like, yeah, okay, if you like it. It's not a bad idea.
It depends if you want to get turned down, really, doesn't it?
I didn't mean it like that. I just meant, you know, that's a good design idea.
Yes, trilogy ring, past, present, future. Yeah.
Yeah, you like that?
Trilogy, yeah, past, very clever.
In the words of my son Freddie, see, I told you that would be a good design. Have a look at this. From the pink bead scoop, huge slab of rose quartz, the gemstone of true love. I mean, wire wrap pendant, Michelle?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
definitely.
Drill hole as well.
That's also a cuff. You could also have that as a cuff.
Oh yeah, cuff bangle. Great suggestion. I know how popular those are. You've actually got cultured pearls in here. Look at this. Pink cultured pearls. Droplet style, but through drilled. Oh. The drill holes there. So that gives you a huge amount of options. And okay, I'm being told that around about 200 bead scoops have already been allocated. I told you they'd be popular. Let's get the price point on screen. If you've right, so this would be the price any other time. We were playing around with the prices, trying to see how low we could get it. We left it at a higher price point, so we're going to take it even lower. So that means 200 people got involved thinking it was $9.90. Well, there you go. We just handed you back, what, £1.95. Pretty much covers the majority of your P&P. Amazing. $7.95, and director Bruce says, you're welcome. $7.95, don't panic if you'd already come through. Everyone will pay the same final low price, but if you were umming and ahhing and thinking about it, well, there's nothing to think about now, is there? Over 1,000 carats of gemstones, probably the two most popular colour tones in the pinks and the blues. For an add it to your order price is $7.95. In fact, if you got involved this morning, or maybe you're inspired by Gemma Crow this afternoon and you've got your order up and running, you can simply collate it all into one order. You're only ever going to pay one P&P per day. This is the way to maximise on that postage and packaging by adding this to your order instantly.
Definitely.
Okay, we're going to leave this one on screen at $7.95, and are we going to make the announcement about the winners, or are we going to go and have a look at what Michelle made out of the Moonstone and Sapphire? Which would you like to do first? Okay, winners first. Okay. Oh, actually, before we do, can we just have one quick look at the sort of peacock-style designs that have been created by mixing together the purples, the greens, and the blues from this bead scoop? Because that's fantastic, isn't it? I never even thought of that until I saw it in the design. Yeah. So you could pick out the more purple tones, place them alongside the greens and the turquoise tones to create this peacock-style design. Fantastic look. So thank you very much, Suzanne, for putting that together for us. We are going to move on though, because it is now time to announce some more winners. 3 more lucky customers are about to receive a suite of jewellery created by one of our late show designers, and I think it's going to be Michelle's suite, isn't it? Is that right? Oh no, is that tomorrow? I don't know. Oh, we don't know whose it's going to be. What am I talking about? Because it's going to be chosen at random. You'd think after 4 hours you'd understand the format.
Well, even you might have understood that you...
Okay, you thought even I would understand. Okay, now, the question was, which piece of Michelle's jewellery from tonight's show did I say was my favourite design? And the winner is... Winners are... Sorry. Basingstoke, Jackie. So Jackie from Basingstoke, Sally in Cleethorpes, and Diane Moore from Carmarthenshire. So you've all answered correctly to say that it was the chainmail bracelet using the Lavender Amethyst, and you're all going to receive a suite of jewellery right now. Don't forget, you can continue to add that bead scoop to your order. There is still some stock available, but if you do have it placed in your basket, check out, because I've got a queue on the phone line of about 40 people. Don't want anybody to miss out. So who was the first winner, sorry? Jackie. Jackie from Basingstoke, you are going to receive suite number 23. Now this suite, once again, was put together by Gemma Crow. And it's rather impressive, and it's going to be heading its way to Basingstoke. There you go, all put together by Gemma. And then Sally, did you say? Sally? Have a little swirl around, make sure we get some in random. Number 14 for Sally. 14. Mark it on your card. I'd be great at this, wouldn't I? Mark Smith put this particular suite together, and this is heading off to Sally. We will have a quick look at what you've won, Sally. Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? Ooh. Very feminine, quite intricate. That looks like wire macrame work to me. One more winner for tonight. We've got 15 more suites of jewellery to give away tomorrow, and this was Diane. That's it, Diane Moore. You are going to receive suite number 12. Also created by Mark Smith. And here it is, so there you go, gorgeous suite of jewellery. It's all heading over to Diane. If you are still coming through for the bead scoop, don't panic, because the help team are still processing your calls. If you've got it placed in your basket, just check out to avoid disappointment. We still have some availability remaining. Have you had fun tonight, Michelle?
Well, picking on you is always fun, Ed.
That's what I'm here for.
I have a lovely
It's not just here, Michelle, don't worry, even outside, everybody just picks on me. There you go.
Simple. And it's just striking.
It's just gorgeous. Yeah. Like you say, you can keep it simple.
Yeah.
If you invested in this, not only did you save yourself over £20, but this should give you an idea of the kind of level of luxury that these gemstones offer.
Definitely.
Absolutely exquisite. Rainbow Moonstone and blue sapphire. I mean, they're a match made in heaven anyway, because of course the blue tones that you see in the sapphire often mirrored in the adolescence. Yeah. Absolutely spectacular. Well, thank you so much for the jewellery you've created for us this evening, Michelle, and hopefully everybody at home's had a bit of fun. We're going to do it all over again tomorrow from 5 PM, when we'll be joined by Jan. And thanks to all the guys, because they've worked incredibly hard to put tonight's show together. It seems like I was just pulling numbers out of a hat, but they had to put all the questions together and collate all your answers, so they've worked really, really hard to put together tonight's show. But we have given away a lot of treats, and, well, the clearance prices have been fairly unbelievable. I've still got a huge number of people coming through to add the bead scoop to their order. So thank you very much to the team. Of course, thank you to the lovely Michelle.
Thank you, Ed.
And thank you for joining us, and hopefully you've been able to get hold of a little bit of a treat this evening via one of our producers. If not, tune in from 5 PM tomorrow. Thank you and good night.
Thank you for joining us today for our Designer Inspiration Masquerade Ball. It's me, it's Becky. You couldn't tell them, could you? Hello everybody, welcome to an absolutely exciting